Shalom, Most High in Christ bless Israel. My name is Brother Zerubbabel,
My name is Ezra Elazar.
and once again, we're with Children of Israel. Blessed Sabbath to everyone. Um, we're back again on the Sabbath uh, to bring out another lesson for Israel. If you've been watching over the past few weeks, we've been breaking down the calendar of the Most High, where we started out with the day, the week, the month. Now, finally, we're going to be covering the year. Uh, we're going to be going over and finishing up the lesson. And once again, if you haven't watched, you're just coming, the first time to watch, and you just so happen to click on it. Um, Before making any comments, so these dudes don't know what they're talking about, because we finally are going to get into the book of Enoch. We're finally going to, open up the book of Jubilees and show how the Most High's calendar has been in front of our faces the entire time. It's just some of our brothers in the truth don't want, especially leaders, don't want to change. They don't want to open their eyes to the truth and come to understand that, you know, it's been right here in front of us the whole time, and just use a little bit of common sense. Um, so I would, suggest go back and watch our other videos. Yes, they are long videos, but that just goes to show how much time we put in to, studying to find out the truth, to see which of these calendars that we have been using makes the most common sense, that can be proven without a doubt through the precepts. Grab Psalms 119, 104 real quick, because we always want to remember this.
The book of Psalms, chapter 119 and verse 104. Through thy precepts I get understanding, therefore I hate every false way.
So through thy precepts I get understanding. So we got to stick to the precepts. And if you go back and watch our other three videos, you've got over 15 hours of teaching where we haven't opened up the book of Enoch, we haven't opened up the book of Jubilees whatsoever, in order to prove without a doubt that the things that we are showing you from Enoch and Jubilees falls right in line with what the Bible teaches. They were taken out. You can even go back and research. Not going to go through it right now, but you go look it up for yourself, research it for yourself. The Enoch calendar was found among, what do you call it? The Qumran pages, that were found in the cave. My mind is going blank on it right now. I know I have it in the lesson. The Dead Sea Scrolls. There we go. It was found among the Dead Sea Scrolls, and you have people that don't want to acknowledge it. Um, the truth is in front of us. It's just a matter of, are we willing to drop the traditions of men and follow what the Most High had actually put in front of us? That's what it comes down to. Um, we got to obey God rather than men, just as was written in the scriptures. So we're not here to entertain anybody. That's not what we do. That's not what we're gonna do. Um, you know what I mean? That's why you don't see us coming out with these big, elaborate, openings, and we're always going to give praise to the Most High and to His Son for giving us the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding in order to come out and teach our people. We're always going to do that. But we want to do it in a way that it's not so hypocritical. You know what I mean? You see a lot of people use a lot of words, um, but you always got to question the motives and sincerity of them. You know what I mean? So just let it be known, that's not what we're here to do. We're here to teach our people, here to bring out the truth, and um, but we're not out here to show that we're super bruised, super Hebrew Israelites, super. That's not what we're trying to do. Um, so with that, we're gonna get into the lesson. This is the calendar of the Most High, lesson for the year. That's the name of the lesson. The calendar of the Most High, lesson for the year. Um, that's weird. Where did this just come from? Yeah, this has never happened. Like some little Wi-Fi thing just popped up saying connection is unstable. If you're on Wi-Fi, try plugging into your router or moving closer to it. Is that popping
You
up on
did
your screen?
no,
Uh,
you did RTD2 for like 2 seconds.
okay. But you can hear me fine now?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we'll move on. So let's open it. Let's go to Psalms 119 and 160. You should already be at Psalms 119.
The book of Psalms, chapter 119 and verse 160. And it says, "Thy word is true from the beginning, and every one of thy righteous judgments endureth forever."
So he's telling us, it says, Thy word is true from the beginning. Everything that he told us that from the very beginning, it's true. And we know it's true because we could go through the precepts and get the understanding and see that precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little, brings everything together in a sensical order to where there's no way that you can just ignore it. You know what I mean? Where you can go and look at the doctrines of a lot of our camps and camp leaders when it comes to dealing with the calendar and the new moons or new months, or you know what I mean, the high holy days and everything like that. And you see that they just don't make sense, and they don't line up with the scriptures. There's nowhere that's written that says that we're supposed to add 13 month. There's nowhere that says that the lunar Sabbath is what we're supposed to be following, which has all kinds of different days and things like that showing up, and adding days, and it 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 just doesn't line up with the scriptures. And then you have people going into the scriptures, twisting scriptures to try and make their doctrine fit into the Bible, and it just doesn't. Okay. So he says, Thy word is true from the beginning. He's been telling us the truth from the very beginning. This word has been teaching our people and leading them from the very beginning. The problem is, it's our people that don't want to listen. They don't want to follow common sense and follow what the Most High put right in front of us. He says, And every one of thy righteous judgments endures forever. That's why we're able to find, some of these scrolls, the Dead Sea Scrolls that they're finding. Not us personally, but these scholars and people that are out there that search for this stuff. They're out there, digging. And again, brings me back to the point of, they always say that's the white man's book. That's the white man's book. We pointed it out in some of the other lessons. If it wasn't for Esau, we wouldn't even have any of this stuff. Show me one brother that's going to be out there in the deserts of Africa digging in the sand to try and find, you know, archaeological, you know, lost remnants and all that kind of stuff. Who's going to be out there doing that? Our people ain't going to do it. So, you know what I mean? We got to be grateful that the Most High put it on the spirit of our enemies to, you know, even preserve this stuff for us to have. And then our people want to turn around and say, oh, the white man wrote that. And then turn around and pull out another white man book and start teaching out of it. It's just crazy. All this nonsense has got to stop. Let's go to Proverbs 9 and 10.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 9 and verse 10. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of thy holy is understanding.
Read verse 11 and 12.
11. For by me thy days shall be multiplied, and the years of thy life shall be increased. If thou be wise, thou shalt be wise for thyself. But if thou scornest, thou alone shalt bear it.
So he says the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. In order for us to have wisdom, we've got to fear the Most High. And we've already done a lesson called the fear of the Lord, where we go and show and point out through the precepts that there is no fear of the Lord in Israel. There is none. No matter how much our people want to profess and claim that they fear the Most High, they love the Most High, they're keeping his commandments, they're keeping the law, you know what I mean? That their group, their camp is the top camp, the best camp, the vanguard camp, the truth, all these things that we're hearing coming out of a lot of these camps. They're showing they don't have wisdom. There's no fear of the Lord in Israel. That's why you see Israel not being able to get along. There's so much envy, jealousy, malice, and hatred, you know, going around through Israel. This is the time of people having their Passovers, and you're still seeing the same old stuff year to year. It's just crazy. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. If you want to start to have wisdom, you've got to fear the Most High. And the knowledge of the holy is understanding. The knowledge of the holy is understanding. We have no knowledge of our God. We have none. Because if we did, we wouldn't be all doing different things. Having high holy days all on different days and in season, out of season, arguing and fighting about, you know, what calendar and things like that. This is going on in Israel because a lot of our people refuse to repent and just follow what's in front of us. They want to follow the traditions of men. And unfortunately, there's a lot of men that have been leading Israel over the years where some of these guys were just very egotistical, narcissistic, power-loving, money-hungry, you know, people, and have led Israel astray and caused a lot of confusion. And you see the same thing going on today. You see a lot of men popping up that still have those same spirits upon them. And Israel is in a lot of confusion right now. So all we want to do is our little part to try and bring clarity through the scriptures, through the precepts, and get rid of the confusion. All right. Grab that in 1 Corinthians 14, that 33. For God is not the author of confusion.
The book of 1 Corinthians chapter 14 and verse 33. For God is not the author of confusion, but of peace, as in all churches of the saints.
So God is not the author of confusion. All this confusion that's going on in Israel over his calendar is not because of the Most High. It's because of men. It's because of our people not wanting to listen to reason, not wanting to change, having too much pride. The Most High is not the author of confusion. He's not happy sitting up there looking down on his people right now and seeing all the confusion going on. We're in confusion. We're divided because we choose to be. We don't have to be. And Lord's will, after this lesson, after we show you how sensible, how how much order there is to the Most High's high holy days, that this will trickle down, and even some of the top leaders will be able to look at this and say, you know what, we all do need to come under, this calendar, all on one accord. How great would it be for everybody to just be following the high holy days at the same time and be on one accord as the Most High wants us to be? That's what would make the Most High happy. But you're going to have those detractors that are going to say, no, I'm not going to come among you. I'm not going to come among that. What I'm doing is right. Following the moon. Following this, you know what I mean? Following the lunar Sabbath. When it is abundantly clear that these calendars do not make sense. We need to use wisdom. We need to use common sense. It's the lack of wisdom, the lack of knowledge, the lack of understanding that is keeping Israel in the dark, living in darkness, groping at noonday as the blind grope at night. It's time for us to really wake up. Let's go to Wisdom of Solomon 7:1. I'm going to read all the way through verse 30.
The book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7 and verse 1. Myself also am a mortal man, like to all, and the offspring of him that was first made of the earth, and in my mother's womb was fashioned to be flesh in the time of 10 months, being compacted in blood of the seed of man, and the pleasure that came with sleep. And when I was born, I drew in the common air and fell up upon the earth, which is of like nature. And the first voice which I uttered was crying, as all others do. I was nursed in swaddling clothes, and that with cares, for there is no king that had any other beginning of birth. For all men have one entrance into life, and the light going out.
So we're all the same. We're all born the same and we all die the same. And it's the same thing with Christ. We're not going to go into it right now, but this right here goes into proving that this virgin birth doctrine is false. So we're not going to get into it. Like I said, we want to stay on track, but just want to make that clear. We all come in the same and we all go out the same. We all had the same beginning of birth, and he's letting us know that, he was no different than any other person. Continue on.
Wherefore I prayed, and understanding was given me. I called upon God, and the spirit of wisdom came to me.
So he says, wherefore I prayed, and understanding was given me. You want understanding, you got to pray for it. Wisdom, knowledge, and understanding comes with the Most High. You go read about that in Proverbs 2 and 6. Actually, grab Proverbs 2 and 6 real quick.
Proverbs chapter 2 and verse 6. For the Lord giveth wisdom, out of his mouth cometh knowledge and understanding.
For the Lord giveth wisdom, out of his mouth cometh knowledge and understanding. If you want that wisdom, you want that knowledge, you want that understanding, you've got to pray for it. Meditate on it. He says, wherefore I prayed and understanding was given me. I called upon God and the spirit of wisdom came to me. The spirit of wisdom is not coming on a lot of our people because you're still living worldly. You're still living after the works of the flesh, and you don't even realize it. You're not living spiritually. You're not living after the fruits of the spirit. You may proclaim that you are, you may think that you are, but your actions show that you're not. Your speech shows that you're not. Your doctrines show that you're not. Read on.
I prefer her before sceptres and thrones, and esteem riches nothing in comparison of her.
The her is
Ne-
talking about wisdom. Go ahead.
Neither compare I unto her any precious stones, because all gold in respect of her is as a little sand, and silver shall be counted as clay before her. I love her above health and beauty, and chose to have her instead of light, for the light that cometh from her never goeth out. All good things together came to me with her, and innumerable riches in her hands. And I rejoice in them all, because wisdom goeth before them, and I knew not that she was the mother of them. I learn diligently, and do communicate her liberally. I do not hide her riches.
Stop right
For
there for a second. He says, I learned diligently. That's what we all should be striving to do, learning diligently. He says, and do communicate her liberally. We've got to clearly communicate the scriptures, the precepts to our people, the law, the commandments, the statutes and judgments. We've got to clearly communicate it to our people so that there is no confusion. We've got to get on one accord. He says, I do not hide her riches. That's why we're bringing this out, because we can't just sit back and hide it. You know what I mean? Like some people are doing. Oh, we've got the truth over here. If you want to get it, you got to come to our group. If you're not a part of our group, we're not dealing with you. That's not how this is supposed to work. Read on.
for she is a treasure unto men that never faileth, which they use become the friends of God, being commanded for the gifts that come from learning.
It says, for she is a treasure unto men that never faileth. This word will never fail. If you're really following the precepts and you're going precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little, it's not going to fail. Which they that use become the friends of God. Right now, we're still living as the enemies of God, and we don't even realize it because we're not following his commandments. We're not following his instructions, being commended for the gifts that come from learning. Read on.
For in his hand are both we and our words, all wisdom also and knowledge of workmanship. For he had given me certain knowledge of the things that are namely, to know how the world was made and the
Wait,
operations of the elements.
you skipped a few lines.
Okay.
Go back
For
to verse 15.
verse 15. God had granted me to speak as I would, and not to conceive as is
It
meet,
says, and to conceive is his meat.
and to conceive as is meet for the things that are given me, because it is he that lendeth unto wisdom,
Leadeth.
leaneth unto wisdom, and directeth the wise.
Hold on for a second. So it says, God had granted me to speak as I would, and to conceive as is meat. Meat means good. He says, and to conceive as is good for the things that are given me. So it's the Most High that's granting us the permission, as you can say it, for lack of a better word, that's given us permission to speak as we do. He says, God had granted me to speak as I would. I'm just putting it in other words. God is the one that has given us permission to speak as we do. That's what he's saying. And to conceive as is meet for the things that are given me. So the things that are given us is what? This wisdom, this knowledge, this understanding. And we're able to conceive. I mean, we're able to bring it out, which is good, because it is he that leadeth unto wisdom and directeth the wise. Go ahead and read on, verse 16.
For in his hand are both we and our words, all wisdom also and knowledge of workmanship.
So everything that we're speaking, he says, for in his hand are both we and our words. So the words that we're bringing out are the words that we're reading right out of the scriptures. We're not twisting nothing. You could go back, you could watch the other 3 videos that we did, and we brought precepts out to prove everything that we're teaching. Go ahead and read on.
For he had given me certain knowledge of the things that are, namely, to know how the world was made and the operations of the elements, the beginning, ending, and midst of the times, the alterations of the turning of the sun, and the change of seasons, the circuits of years, and the positions of stars.
So stop right there. So he's saying that he was given certain knowledge of the things that are, namely to know how the world was made and the operation of the elements. He was taught all this stuff just like Enoch was, the beginning, ending, and the midst of the times. He says the alterations of the turning of the sun and the change of seasons. He's telling us right here that is the sun that directs the changing of the seasons. You have a lot of groups, group leaders that read this precept all the time and they just kind of glance over it. If it was the moon that dictates the changing of the seasons, he would have said it. That's not what he's saying. He was taught the alterations of the turning of the sun and the change of seasons, the circuits of years and the positions of stars, because it is the sun that dictates that, not the moon. And that's a common sense thing. Esau even understands that. That's why we got to step back and ask, like, what is wrong with our people? That we can't just step back and use a little bit of common sense and understand that no, it is not the moon. We've been wrong. How hard is we were following the moon and came to understand, you know what, we were wrong. That makes no sense. Why are our feast days and our high holy days and everything falling, all the way into February, basically? That's we had to stop. We were so far into, so at the beginning of March, we were like, man, if we let this go another year, we're going to be holding Feast of Tabernacles way out of season. We're going to be having Passover in February. And as we kept looking, like, man, if we keep going, we're going to be in December having the Passover. Like, this doesn't make sense. We have to drop our pride and we've got to listen to the Most High. That's basically what it comes down to. Go ahead and read on.
The natures of living creatures and the furies of wild beasts, the violence of winds and the reasoning of men, the diversities of plants and the virtues of roots, and all such things as are either secret or manifest, them I know. For wisdom, which is the worker of all things, taught me, for in her is an understanding, spirit, holy, one only, manifold, subtle, lively, clear, undefiled, plain, not subject to hurt, loving the things that is good, quick, which cannot be letter, ready to do good.
Let it. So he
Let it.
says, for wisdom, which is the worker of all things, taught me. Same thing with us. We've got to let wisdom teach us. Unfortunately, we've got a lot of men out there with agendas that just swear up and down that they're the only one to to give you wisdom. You got to be under them. You got to be under their brand. You got to be under their tutelage in order to get wisdom, because they're the only ones with the truth. It says, for wisdom, which is the worker of all things, taught me. For in her is an understanding spirit. When you read what an understanding spirit is, which it lists in the next sentence, you don't see that going on in a lot of these camps. So, which lets you know that a lot of these people don't have an understanding spirit. A lot of Israel, a lot of us, a lot of our people do not have an understanding spirit. What is that understanding spirit? That understanding spirit, he says, is holy. One only. One only. Telling us what? There's only one faith, one baptism, and so on, what we read in the New Testament, right? One doctrine, one only. But we've got all these different doctrines: manifold, subtle, lively, clear. When you've got that understanding spirit, everything is clear. You're able to see everything through a clear lens. There's no confusion. You're not in darkness. The light is lit. The room is bright. Everything is bright. Undefiled. Plain. Not subject to hurt, because we see a lot of our brothers throwing out a lot of hurtful accusations, a lot of hurtful words at each other, and it's just got to stop. That's showing you don't have that understanding spirit on you. Loving the thing that is good. A lot of our people claim they love what's good, but they really don't. Quick, which cannot be letted, ready to do good. Go ahead and read on.
Verse 23, kind to man,
Read that one
steadfast.
again. Wait. Read that one again. That one's got to really marinate.
Kind to man.
He says, kind to man. A lot of our brothers are out there on the streets teaching, and they don't know how to be kind to man. Yeah, we know these other nations are our enemies, but we don't have to stand out there as they're walking by, cursing them out all day long, talking about how you're going to do this to them. You're going to do that to them. We're going to be raping you. You're going into, you're going to be going into captivity, and yeah, you're going to be my slave. Get down and kiss my boots. Because what's happening is we can't even be kind to each other. Cursing each other out, making videos about each other. You know what I mean? I'm exposing so and so. I'm exposing leaders, whoever. It's crazy. We don't know how to be kind to each other, which what shows that we don't have that understanding spirit about us. Go ahead and read on.
Kind to man, steadfast, sure, free from care, having all power, overseeing all things, and going through all understanding, pure and most subtitle spirit.
So he says, and going through all understanding, pure and most subtle spirits. Our people do not have understanding. A lot of our people don't understand pure. Go to Titus 1:15. I got to make sure I can remember these. My mind is just, especially after coming back being sick, my mind is just almost that, how they say that long COVID people's brains are scattered. They can't remember stuff, and seems like I'm having it even worse now. I'm having a hard time remembering words and stuff. But you got it, Titus 1:15.
The book of Titus, chapter 1 and verse 15. Unto the pure, all things are pure.
So he says, unto the pure, all things are pure. Read on.
But unto them that are defiled and unbelieving is nothing pure.
Going into what he said earlier, being undefiled is part of not having that understanding spirit. So to them that are that are defiled and unbelieving, read on.
But even their mind and their conscience is defiled.
That your mind and your conscience is defiled. Read it through one more time, all the way through the time.
It says, unto the pure all things are pure, but unto them that are defiled and unbelieving is nothing pure. But even their mind and conscience is defiled.
When you listen to the things that come out of the mouths of a lot of our men, when you see their actions, a lot of the things that they do, their minds and their consciences are undefiled. I'm not undefiled, they are defiled. I don't want to say that wrong. Their minds and their consciences are defiled. Nothing is pure to them. What is pure? Go to Psalms 19 and 8. These aren't in the lesson. I'm just going off the top of the head right now.
The book of Psalms, chapter 19 and verse 8. The statutes of the Lord are right, rejoicing the heart. The commandments of the Lord is pure, enlightening the eyes.
Read that part again.
The
commandments of the
Lord. The commandments of the Lord is pure, enlightening the eyes.
The commandments of the Lord is pure. That's why it says, to the pure, all things are pure. If you're pure, that means you're living according to the commandments. And if you're living according to the commandments, everything is going to be pure to you, which is doing what? Enlightening your eyes. Your eyes are open. Your spiritual eyes are opened. You see through the darkness. You're not living in darkness. You're living according to the light. Everything is clear. Everything is plain to you, showing that you have that spirit of understanding about you. But to a lot of our people, they're still living in darkness and don't realize it, especially with some of the leaders among Israel. So going back to verse 23 again.
Going back to Wisdom of Solomon 7 and 23. Kind to man, steadfast, sure, free from care, having all power, overseeing all things, and going through all understanding, pure and most subtitle spirit. For wisdom is more moving than any motion. She passeth and goeth through all things by reason of her pureness.
So he says, for wisdom is more moving than any motion. She passeth and goeth through all things by reason of her pureness. Read on.
For she is the breath of the power of God.
Which was breathed into Adam. When you go back and read Genesis, where he gave him the breath, Christ did the same thing to the apostles when he breathed on them before he ascended. Go ahead and read.
And a pure influence flowing from the glory of the Almighty, therefore can no defiled thing fall into her.
That's heavy right there. He says, for she is the breath of the power of God, which is his commandments and his law, and a pure influence. You see that word pure again, and a pure influence flowing from the glory of the Almighty. What is that pure influence? His commandments. Therefore can no defiled thing fall into her. No defiled thing. But a lot of our people, their minds and their consciences are defiled. That's why they're not getting her. Go ahead and read.
For she is the brightness of the everlasting light, the unspotted mirror of the power of God, and the image of his goodness.
For she is the brightness of the everlasting light. That light, what is it? Just grab Proverbs. Now in my 6 and 23.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 6 and verse 23. For the commandment is a lamp, and the law is light, and the reproof of instructions are the way of life.
So the commandment, the law, she is the brightness of the everlasting light, the unspotted mirror of the power of God, and the image of his goodness. Read on.
And being but one, she can do all things, and remaining in herself, she maketh all things new, and in all ages entering in the holy soul, the she maketh them friends of God and prophets.
She maketh them friends of God and prophets. Who's the them? The men of the Lord, the men of Israel. Go ahead and read.
For God loveth none but him that dwelleth with wisdom.
So it's saying God don't love nobody else but those that are dwelling with wisdom. For God loveth none but him. So where is this in the churches that they're teaching that you could be all up in sin and God love you anyway? When the script, the precept is telling us right here that God don't love none, nothing, nobody, nada, but him that dwelleth with wisdom. Read on.
For she is more beautiful than the sun, and above all the order of stars, being compared with the light, she is found before it. For after this cometh night, but vice shall not prevail against wisdom.
It says, but vice shall not prevail against wisdom. We're going to get this definition of vice because some people don't understand what that's talking about when it says, but vice shall prevail above wisdom. Let me open. And I'm going to share screen just so you can see this. So the word vice, the definition 1A. Uh-oh. Why is this thing moving so slow? A moral depravity or corruption, wickedness, a moral fault or failing, a habitual and usual trivial defect or shortcoming, a blemish, defect, a physical imperfection, deformity, or taint. That blemish or that defect could also be the same as being defiled. In other words, like your mind and your conscience is defiled. A buffoon, a jester, an abnormal behavior pattern in a domestic animal detrimental to its health or usefulness, sexual immorality, so, prostitution. So, so it says, vice shall not prevail against wisdom. So, in other words, immorality, sin, these are just other words you can use for vice, shall not prevail against wisdom. It can't. All right. So we've got to use wisdom. We've got to use understanding and we've got to have knowledge. Knowledge in order to get this right. We can't just be following after men. All right. When it comes to the calendar. So we're going to continue with the calendar now. Just like we did with the day, the week, the month, there are certain questions that we're going to have to answer in order to understand how the year works. The first one is, when does the year begin? When does the year begin? Let's go to Genesis chapter 1 and verse 14 through 19.
The book of Genesis, chapter 1 and verse 14. And God said, let there be light in the firmament of the heavens to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years. And let them
From the
be
night.
right. And let them be for light in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And God made two great lights, and the great light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And God set them in the firmament of the heavens to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day.
All right, so I'm gonna share the screen. Let me know if you can see that.
You can see it.
All right. So the luminaries were created on the fourth day of the work week. Again, I just put that little note here. The Most High created the signs of heaven on the fourth day, thereby starting the month and the year on the fourth day of the 7 day work week. Day one, which today would be the equivalent of Sunday. Second day, Monday. Third day, Tuesday. Fourth day, Wednesday. Fifth day, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. If you're using Esau's terms of the days of the week, the the fourth day of the work week would be the beginning of the first day of the first month, which is the first day of the year, showing that the weekly Sabbath calendar portion of the calendar is separate from the monthly and yearly calendar. They're separate from each other. It's not like the lunar Sabbath where it's all in one compassing. You got the days, the weeks, the months, and everything just all in one. It doesn't work that way. And we've proven that it doesn't work that way. And even when you hear the people that teach the lunar Sabbath doctrine, they even cut themselves when they're teaching it, because they're even at first they turn around and tell you that there's 30 days in a month, and then turn around and tell you, but some months, there are 28 days, some months there's 29. There's sometimes a couple of extra days that, we just call those, well, what is it again? What do they call those days, those extra days? I always forget.
Intercalendary days or something.
No, it's
Transitional days.
transitional days. There you go. They call them transitional days that that they've added. But as we go through, just wanted to show that little diagram real quick, that the first day of the month, the first day of the year, begins on the fourth day of the 7 day Sabbath week or work week, which the Most High created in the beginning. So going back up one more time to Genesis 1 and 14, it says, and God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years. We pointed out in one of the lessons. Notice he doesn't say anything about months. It says, and let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. So we got to use common sense. Is the Most High going to use the lesser light to dictate his high holy days? Or is he going to use the greater light? The Most High isn't he called God Almighty, the mighty God?
Right? Great, wonderful, or something.
Exactly. So why would he use the lesser light in order to dictate the seasons, which dictates his high holy days? It doesn't make sense. It says the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night. We've already proven that these are their own seasons, the day season and the night season, which is also a confusion in Israel because our people don't seem to understand what a season is. They assume that a season always means spring, summer, fall, and winter, when it doesn't. It says, and God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good, and the evening and the morning were the fourth day. And we've already shown that a day begins at evening. Now, I'm going to show you, let me share the screen one more time because there are some groups that are teaching the Enoch calendar, and there's two different methods that they're using that found to not fall in line with what the scriptures teach. There are some people that are teaching that the fourth day begins exactly right here on this day right here, that the evening starts here of the first day. If you can see my cursor moving up and down, can you see that? On which would be Wednesday and would go over here to Thursday. That's not correct, because when we read things about like the Day of Atonement and things like that, it actually starts over here on the third day. The third day at even is when the fourth day begins, not on the fourth day at even. Does that make sense? Because there are some people that are teaching that it begins on the fourth day at even, and that's not correct. It's the third day at even, the day begins. So what ends up happening is it will throw the calendar off, just by one day though. But we'll get into that a little bit later on. I just wanted to point that out. All right. So when does the first day of the month, the first day of the year begin? It begins on the fourth day of the work week. Let's go to Exodus 12 and 1 through 2.
The book of Exodus, chapter 12 and verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, saying, This month shall be unto you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you.
So now we know when it starts, but what month? It says, and the Lord spake unto Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, saying, This month shall be unto you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you. He says, this month. What month? Because you have people that are teaching that, see, he was pointing up to the moon and telling Moses, you see, this is the first day of the first month of the year to you. That's not what was happening. That's not how it's written. It just says nothing about him pointing at the moon and telling Moses to look at the moon in order to follow the year. It's not there. That's people making stuff up, and and they're being very zealous in their teaching, kind of overacting and not realizing that they're causing themselves and causing Israel to err by saying these things. So what month? Let's go to Exodus 13 and 3 through 4.
The book of Exodus, chapter 13 and verse 3. And Moses said unto the people, Remember this day in which ye came out from Egypt, out of the house of bondage. For by strength of hand the Lord brought you out from this place. There shall no leavened bread be eaten. This day came ye out in the month of Abib.
So it says, and Moses said unto the people, Remember this day in which ye came out from Egypt, out of the house of bondage. For by strength of hand the Lord brought you out from this place. There shall no leavened bread be eaten. This day came ye out in the month Abib. The month Abib. The what we see happening and going on is that some people are taking this as the month Abib is the name of the month, and they're teaching it that way. The month Abib is not the name of the month. We broke this down in detail in in the lesson about the month. I'm not going to go back and do it over again. But the month, the word Abib is talking about the condition of the crops at that time of the year when they're in their time of growth. We went over this in the last lesson about what Abib is. It's not the name of the month. It's just talking about the condition of the crops, because that's what at that time of the year, the crops would be in that certain stage of growth. And that's how you will also know that it's the beginning of the year. So what else dictates the beginning of the year? So far, we understand that looking at the crops, that the crop should be in that stage of growth, which is called Abib, during that certain month, which is our first month of the year. There's 12 months to the year. We've already gone over that. So we know that it starts on the fourth day of the 7-day work week. They're not working in conjunction with each other. They're completely separate from each other. They're independent of each other. The work week and the year, the weekly calendar and the monthly and yearly calendar work independently of each other. Like, think of a letter T. That's how you could think of it, that they work independent of each other. All right. So what else dictates the beginning of the year and how we will know when the year begins? Number one, according to Enoch, the first intercalary day of the first month begins at the time when the days and night are exactly even, where there's exactly 12 hours day and 12 hours night, which is the true equinox, not the one that we've been taught by Esau, because Esau changed it. I believe it's the 22nd or the 23rd of March or something like that. But the true equinox is on the 16th. And that's what we're going to show you. So I'm going to share my screen. Let me actually, let me close this out. All right, let me open link. So I'm gonna share screen. Share screen. Let me know when you can see it.
There it is.
Okay. So it says, a solar equinox is a moment in time when the sun crosses the Earth's equator, which is to say, appears directly above the equator, rather than north or south of the equator. On the day of the equinox, the sun appears to rise due east and set due west. This occurs twice each year, around 20th of March and 23rd September. More precisely, an equinox is traditionally defined as the time when the plane of Earth's equator passes through the geometric center of the sun's disk. Equivalently, this is the moment when Earth's rotation axis directly perpendicular to the sun-Earth line, tilting neither toward nor away from the sun. In modern times, since the moon, and to a lesser extent the planets, causes Earth's orbit to slightly vary from a perfect ellipse, the equinox is officially defined by the sun's more regular ecliptical longitude rather than by its declination. The instance of the equinoxes are currently defined to be when the apparent geocentric longitude of the sun is 0 degrees and 180 degrees. The word is derived from the Latin equinoctium, from aequus, equal, and nox, genitive, noctis, night. On the day of an equinox, daytime and nighttime are of approximately equal duration all over the planet. They are not exactly equal, however, because of the angular size of the sun. Um, you will see when it's talking about it, it's like not even a minute. It's like seconds off. It's not even a minute off. It says atmospheric refraction and the rapidly changing duration of the length of day that occurs at most latitudes around the equinoxes. Long before conceiving this equality, primitive equatorial cultures noted the day when the sun rises due east and sets due west. And indeed, this happens on the day closest to the astronomically defined event as a consequence, according to a properly constructed and aligned sundial. The daytime duration is 12 hours. In the northern hemisphere, the March equinox is called the vernal or spring equinox, while the September equinox is called the autumnal or fall equinox. In the southern hemisphere, the reverse is true. During the year, equinoxes alternate with solstices. Leap years and other factors cause the dates of both events to vary slightly. That's according to Enoch's calendar, not Enoch's, Esau's calendar, their 365-day calendar, where they add in these leap years and all of that. Hemisphere neutral names are northward equinox or for the March equinox, indicating that at that moment, the solar declination is crossing the celestial equator in a northward direction, and southward equinox for the September equinox, indicating that at that moment, the solar declination is crossing the celestial equator in the southward direction. I know I just read a lot. Who knows what that means? A scientist, all right? Um, let me see. So saying the same thing that I just said, that um, the equinoxes is when it's equal day and equal night. All right. Let me open up this other one. What's going on? I think I might have to open this one back up. Hold on. Let me share again. Can you see the screen again?
Yeah.
All right. All right, here we go. This is what I want. So what you're going to find is that the date of the equinox was changed. So we're going to go right here to date. It says when Julius Caesar established the Julian calendar in 45 BC, he set 25 March as the date of the spring equinox. This was already the starting day of the year in the Persian and Indian calendars, because the Julian year is longer than the tropical year by about 11.3 minutes on average, or 1 day in 128 years. The calendar drifted with respect to the two equinoxes, so that in 300 AD, the spring equinox occurred on about 21 March, and by the 1580s AD, it had drifted backwards to 11 March. The drift induced Pope Gregory the 13th to establish the modern Gregorian calendar. The Pope wanted to continue to conform with the edicts of the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD, concerning the date of Easter. That's why we have the modern day date of the vernal equinox where it is today, because they wanted to keep it in line with their lie of Easter. It says, which means he wanted to move the vernal equinox to the date on which it fell at that time, 20, which was still the wrong day. 21 March is the day allocated to it in the Easter table of the Julian calendar, and to maintain it at around that date in the future, which he achieved by reducing the number of leap years from 100 to 97 every 400 years. However, there remained a small residual variation in the date and time of the vernal equinox of about plus 27 hours from its mean position, virtually all because the distribution of 24-hour centurial leap days causes large jumps. See Gregorian calendar leap solstice. Modern dates. The dates of the equinoxes change progressively during the leap year cycle because the Gregorian calendar year is not commensurate with the period of the Earth's revolution about the sun. It is only after a complete Gregorian leap year cycle of 400 years that the seasons commence at approximately the same time. In the 21st century, the earliest March equinox will be 19th March 2096, while the latest was 21 March 2003. The earliest September equinox will be 21 September 2096, while the latest was 23rd September 2003. So, who changed it? We can see that it was changed by Esau, mainly by the Pope, Pope Gregory the 13th. Why did he do it? To keep it in line, in alignment with Easter Sunday, was the reason behind it, so that they can have our people following behind their pagan gods, their pagan deities. But I'm going to show you. I'm going to go to timeanddate.com. Share screen. Let me know when you can see it. Can you see it? It's there? Okay. So going to timeanddate.com, you can go there and do this yourself. Okay. This is, I actually went years. This is what this allows you to do. Go years and years and years into the future. Now I'm doing it according to when the sun is hitting Jerusalem at the time of March in Jerusalem, not here in America. So I did it based on if we were in our land. Okay, so that to make that clear. So to somebody, I'm sure is going to say, but this is according to us here in America. Like, no, I didn't do it according to here to America. March 2032, the sun in Jerusalem in March. On the 16th day of the month, 12 hours and 32 seconds. Like I said, when they say that it's off, that is not exactly 12 hours. It's like a difference of 32 seconds. That's it. But that's when the true equinox is. Okay. So let me go to March of, all you do is go over here and click, go to 2021. This is about the time that we started using, no, it was the 2020 when we started using it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was 2020 when we started using it. But I'm going to go back to 2021. You go back to 2021 and it shows 11:59 and 51 seconds on the 16th. 17th, 12:01:49. So which one is closer to the equinox of the equal 12 and 12? It's the 16th again. You guys see how that's working? The true equinox is what Esau would call the 16th. All right. It's not the 21st. It's not the 22nd. It's not the 19th. And it never had been. It never has been. And Esau knows that. He knows he could go right. He's the one that developed timeanddate.com. Esau's cutting himself. You could go right here and see that it doesn't make sense. The equinox landing, you know what I mean? Right here, it's a difference of 9 seconds. That, you know, that it changed from 2032. And when I mean 9 seconds, I mean where you can see 11:59 and 51 seconds. So 11 hours, 59 minutes, and 51 seconds. Add that 9 seconds, and you will have a full 12 hours. So it's just off by 9 seconds of having the full equal day and full equal night. All right. I'll go back to 2020. The year we started using it on 2020, which you will see when we get to the calendar, the 16th actually fell exactly where it was supposed to at the spring intercalary day beginning the Enoch calendar, where it was exactly 12 hours and 20 seconds on March 20th in Jerusalem. All right, so you can see we're not just making stuff up. The sunrise was at 5:47 a.m. and it set at 5:48 p.m., making 12 hours and 20 seconds of daylight on the 16th of March. That's what it would have been if we were in Jerusalem when we actually started using the Enoch calendar. That date fell right on that Tuesday, which is our intercalary day, which is what is actually called the new moon in Enoch. You have those 4 intercalary days, which are actually called the new moons, which are in the calendar. And when we get to Enoch, we'll read about it. So again, making it clear so nobody can say we're making stuff up. No, we're not making anything up. Because you hear that a lot. So the actual Enoch, the actual equinox is on the 16th of the Gregorian calendar. All right. The 16th of the Gregorian calendar. But in our calendar, it's just before the first day of the month of our calendar year. All right. So let's go to Daniel 7:25.
The book of Daniel, chapter 7 and verse 25. And he shall speak great words against the Most High, and shall wear out the saints of the Most High, and think to change times and laws, and they shall be given into his hand unto a time and times and the dividing of times.
So it says, and he shall speak great words against the Most High, shall wear out the saints of the Most High, which they've been doing for time and time again, and think to change times and laws. This is talking about that beast that is in the prophecies of Daniel, that same beast that we read about in the in the prophecies of Revelation, which is what? The rising of the Greek kingdom, which goes into the Roman kingdom, which is now the kingdom of America, modern day America, which is modern day Babylon, which is the beast that's spoken of in Revelation. Esau, the Edomites, they're the ones that changed laws and times, but they didn't do a drastic change as our people think they did. They copied our calendar, and they changed the beginning of the calendar. They changed the names of the work week. They changed the names of the month. Even following, the stars, they took, which we'll get into in a little bit. They basically took the positions of the stars and turned them in and started using the names of their gods, started using the names of these astrological deities that that Esau follows. We'll get into that in a little bit as we go further into the lesson. All right. So that was one of the questions, the first questions. When is what is the first month? When does the first month begin? The first month of the year begins on the fourth day of the 7-day work week, which is at the time of Abib, when the crops are in their spring growth, which is mainly the barley, okay, which also comes at the time of the true spring equinox, which is on March 16th, according to the Gregorian calendar. That makes sense? Okay. So now the next question we're going to tackle is, what were the names of the months? This is simple. Let me the names of the months. We didn't have any names of the months. Hold on, getting thirsty. And this time this is pink lemonade. All right. Don't want anybody saying anything. So, but what were the names of the months? The months didn't have names. It was just used first month, second month, third month, fourth month, fifth month, sixth month, seventh month, eighth month, ninth month, 10th month, 11th month, 12th month. What about the names for the years? We didn't have names of the years. It was, the first year, it would be like you would read something like in the first day of the first month of the third year, or of the fifth year, of the 100th year, of the 600th year, of the 1,000th year. There were no names. Whereas some of the other cultures that you could look at, like the Chinese, they have names for them for the years. Like, this is the year of the pig. This is the year of the dragon. This is the year of the rat. That's pagan. No, these are all following behind their gods, their deities. We didn't do that. We just used a number system. We copied this stuff from the other nations. All right. So again, what were the names of the months? They were numerical. What were the names of the years? They were numerical. There were no names. All right. I'm going to give you some examples. Let's go to 2 Chronicles chapter 29 and verse 1 through 3. How the months and the years were used in the scriptures.
The book of 2 Chronicles, chapter 29 and verse 1. Hezekiah began to reign when he was 25 years old, and he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Abiah, Abiah, the daughter of Zechariah. And he did that which was right in the sight of the Lord, according to all that David his father had done. He, in the first year of his reign, in the first month, opened the doors of the house of the Lord and repaired them.
So that's what you would see. Excuse me. You know what I mean? You would see like the first year or the second year, the fifth year, the 100th year, the 1,000th year in the first month. All right. Let's go to Baruch chapter 1 and verse 2. Here, give me
Baruch.
1 second. Right?
Baruch chapter 1 and verse 2. In the 5th year, and in the 7th day of the month, what time as the Chaldeans took Jerusalem and burned it with fire.
Oh man. It says in the 5th year and in the 7th day of the month, what time is the Chaldeans took Jerusalem and burnt it with fire. So you're going to read that. It's going to be 5th year in the 7th month. You're not going to read anything like, oh, in the year of the rat and the year of the dragon. None of that stuff. The time of Aquarius, the time of Leo, the time of, what are some of the other ones? The time of Cancer and the year of Cancer. None of that stuff. You're not going to read none of that in the scriptures. Let's go to Ezekiel 29 and 1.
The book of Ezekiel, chapter 29 and verse 1. In the 10th year, in the 10th month, in the 12th day of the month, the word of the Lord came unto me, saying.
All right. So he says in the 10th year, in the 10th month, in the 12th day of the month, the word of the Lord came unto me, saying. So these are just examples of how the days, the months, and the years are used in the scriptures. They are, not given names until you see us coming out of these captivities, like the Babylonian captivity, where we were around these other nations and we started using the names of the months of these other nations. The Most High let us get away with that stuff. He winked at it for a while, but it's time for us to come up out of that idolatry and come back to our God and following our customs and following our calendar and using the system that was put in place, because you still have people using these Babylonian names even today when they're talking about the 2nd month of Adar. What kind of sense does it make that we're teaching our people to still use these Babylonian names for the months of the year, which we know are of their deities? Let's go to 2 Kings 15 and 23. Oh man, I know allergy season is here, and I think my allergies is just messing with me, where my throat's starting to get dry,
Right.
sinuses are closing, making it hard to talk.
The book of 2 Kings, chapter 15 and verse 33.
23.
23. Yes, 23. It says, oh my God. And Menahem.
Are you at 2 Kings 15:23?
Oh yeah. In the 15th year of Azariah, king of Judah, Pekahiah, the son of Menahem, began to reign over Israel in Samaria and reigned 2 years.
So as you can see, it says in the 50th year of Azariah. So it's not, given no distinctive name for the year. Let's go to Genesis 7 and 11. One more. Just wanted to use these examples to show how the what do you call it? How the years are worded or how they're used in the scriptures. Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 7 and verse 11. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, the 7th day of the month, the same day, the 17th day of the month, the same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were open.
All right. So Genesis 7:11 says, in the 600th year of Noah's life. Look how it's giving a numerical number for the year. In the 2nd month, the 17th day of the month. In the 2nd month. It's not saying in February, on the 17th day of February. It's not saying nothing like that. you can, if you really pay attention to the scriptures, you can see where this transitions happen, where it went from using things like this to suddenly using, Nissan and Adar and some of these, and they're still, even though they started using that, there was still places where they continue to use the numerical, but I'm just showing that that didn't start till later in the scriptures where you started to see these names of the months and names of the, days or years start popping up. Okay. So far we know when the year begins. um, we know the names of the months. We know the names of the years, that they weren't actual names, that they were numerical. So now we're going to get to the nitty gritty. Let's go to the book of Enoch. So you see, we all this teaching that we've done, from dealing with the day, dealing with the week, dealing with the month. We have not opened up the book of Enoch. We have not opened up Jubilees. And the reason why, again, is because we did not have to prove what we're showing. All right. So we're going to go to Enoch 72, chapter 72. And we're going to read 1 through 37. Going to read it all the way through.
All right.
And actually, hold on. Give me 1 second, because I do want to let me make this smaller. Hey, what happened? Just give me 1 second. I'm trying to get this to where. All right. Okay. All right. Go ahead and begin.
All right. The book of Enoch. It says, Book 3, Astronomy, chapter 72, verse 1. The book of the courses of the luminaries of heaven, the relations of each according to their classes, their dominions and their seasons, according to their names and places of origins, and according to their months, which Uriel, the holy angel, who was with me, who is their guide, showed me, and he showed me all their laws exactly as they are, and how it is with regard to all the years of the world, and unto in eternity, till the new creation is accomplished, which dureth till eternity. And this is the first law of the luminaries. The luminaries, the sun has its rising in the east portal of the heaven, and it is setting in the west portal of the heaven. And I saw 6 portals in which the sun rise, and 6 portals in which the sun set, and the moon rise and set in these portals. And the leaders of the stars and those who they led, 6 in the east and 6 in the west, and all following each other. In a currently
Accurately.
in accurately corresponding order, also many windows to their right and left of these portals. And first there goes forth the great luminary named the sun, and his circumference is like the circumference of heaven, and he is quite filled with illuminating and heating fire. The chariots on which he ascends, the wind drives, and the sun goes down from heaven and turns through the north in order to reach the east, and is so got and is so guided that he comes to the appropriate lit that portal, and
It's Sarah. It just quotation saying that it's literally that.
literally that. Okay. Now there we say con. Shines in the face of the heaven. In this way he rises in the first month in the great portal.
So right
Which
here it says, in this way he rises in the first month, and the great portal. Go ahead.
which is the which is the fourth, those six portals in the cast. And in that fourth portal from which the sun rises in the first month are 12 window openings, from which proceeded a flame when they are open in their season. When the sun rises in the heaven, he comes forth through that fourth portal 30 morning in succession, and sets awkwardly in the fourth portal in the west of the heaven. And during this period the day becomes daily longer, and the night nightly shorter to the 30th, to the 30th morning. On that day the day is longer than the night by a ninth part, and the
All
day
right. Stop right there for a second.
Mhm.
And share my screen. Now I'm in no way a graphic designer or anything like that. So I did this diagram, the best I could, so it could make some sense. All right. So this is what we're reading right here. I'm going to show you this diagram that I made. The vernal equinox, which is March 16th, which is in the new year, which is in the south. All right, you've got the north of the sky, you've got the east, you've got the south, you've got the west. All right, you have these portals. You got the fourth portal, fifth portal, sixth portal, fifth portal, fourth portal. On this side, in the west, you've got the third portal, second portal, first portal, second portal, third portal. As you can see, the months, as let's pretend like the sun is right here in the center. All right. I should have typed sun right there, huh? The sun is right here in the center. You have the year starting off on this day, which is the vernal equinox, and then we're going into the first day of the year, going into the first month, which is in this fourth portal right here. If you can see that, that's what it's talking about. As you go up into the second month, you're going into the fifth portal. As we go into the third month, we're going into the sixth portal as the sun is moving through the east. And then it starts moving towards the west as it goes back into the fourth portal, into the fifth portal, into the sixth, I'm sorry, let me back that up. The fourth month into the fifth month into the sixth month is going backwards now from the sixth portal to the fifth portal to the fourth portal until we get to the autumn equinox, which is in September. And then you have the seventh month, the eighth month, and the ninth month, which goes through the third portal, the second portal, and the first portal of the west, and then continues on with the first portal, second portal, and third portal going into months 10, 11, and 12 until we get back to the new year again. So you can see first month, second month, third month, fourth month, fifth month, sixth month, seventh month, eighth month, ninth month, 10th month, and 11th month, 12th month. Falling in line with these portals. This is what we're going to be reading about. All right. So go ahead and continue.
It says the day amounts exactly to the 10th part, and the night to 8 parts. And the sun rises from the fourth portal and sets in the fourth, and returns to the fifth portal of the east 30 mornings,
So
and
it takes
rises
30 mornings for it from that first month as it goes to the second month. There's 30 days from the beginning of the year to the first month, 30 days from the first month to the second month as it passes through that fifth portal going towards what? The east. Go ahead and read.
and rises from it, and sets in the fifth portal. And then the day becomes longer by 2 parts, amounts to 11 parts, and the night. Then the night becomes shorter and amounts to 7 parts, and it returns to the east and enters into the sixth portal, and rises and sets in the sixth portal 1 and 30 mornings.
So going towards the sixth portal from the second month to the third month, there's going to be 31 days because you're going to have 30 days and the one intercalary day, which we're going to show you as you continue reading in Enoch. It's going to clear it up. It's going to make it clear. All right, go ahead.
On account of its sign, on that day, the day becomes longer than the night, and the day becomes double the night. And the day becomes 12 parts, and the night is shorter and becomes 6 parts. And the sun mounts up to make the day shorter and the night longer. And the sun returns to the east and enters into the sixth portal.
So
And
now we're here at the solstice, right? This is the summer solstice. We're at that 31 days. You can see that right here, summer solstice. So then now we're going to be heading backwards into the sixth portal, going into the fourth month. So from the third month is going to be a 30-day cycle as it goes. Now, to have you understand what's going on is in those portals, you have the alignment of the stars. The stars are in their certain order. And what you will find is that as we go through, there are 12 angels that are put in place that they direct. Their job is to direct the stars, to keep, you know what I mean, to keep things in alignment. And what has happened is that these other nations, mainly Esau, has taken these stars and turned them into their gods. Like you have Zeus uh, I can't think of some of the other astrological signs that they've come up with. Aquarius. They've taken these portals as those 30 days, um, as the earth is going around the sun, those 30-day portals, the stars. I'm not a scientist, I can't explain it the way a scientist would, but the stars are in those portals are in certain alignments to where um, these other nations have taken them and turned them into gods, into deities, worshiping the stars. That's where we get astrology and all this stuff from, which we're going to get into. But I'm just trying to make it clear that that's what's going on in these portals as the Earth is going around the sun and passes through those portals. Like the fourth portal, you're going to have certain astrological signs in the stars that show that that's that portal. If you know what I mean, you'd have to be an astronomer to be able to look through your telescope and look up there and see that, okay, it's going through what they would call now through, you know, the time of Aquarius or the sign of Aquarius. But that's not what the Most High called them. That's not what our people call them, if that makes sense. It's simply being called portals or windows. But go ahead and read on.
it says, and rise from it and sets 30 mornings. And when the 30 morning are accomplished, the day decreases by exactly 1 part and becomes 11 parts, and the night 7. And the sun goes forth from that sixth portal in the west and goes to the east and rises in the fifth portal for 30 mornings, and sets in the west again in the fifth western portal. On that day, the day decreases by 2 parts and amounts to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts. And the sun goes forth from that fifth portal and sets in the fifth portal for of the west, and rises in the fourth portal for 1 and 30 mornings, and accounts of its sign. and sets in the west. On that day, the day is equalized with the night and becomes equal length, and the night amounts to 9 parts, and the day 9 parts.
And that's at the autumn equinox, which would be, the equivalent of September 16th. All right. You can see that right here. That's where we are. We've gone through that fifth portal, fourth portal, which would be the 5th month, which would be 30 days to the 6th month. And then from the 6th month to the equinox, 31 days. Go ahead and read.
And the sun rises from the portal and sets in the west and returns to the east and rises 30 mornings in the third portal and sets in the west in the third portal. And on
Which
the
is going
day,
into the 7th month, 30 days later. Go ahead.
and on that day, the night becomes longer than the day, and night becomes longer than night, and the day shorter than day till the 30th morning, and the night amounts exactly to 10 parts, and the day to 8 parts. And the sun rises from the third portal and sets in the third portal in the west and returns to the east. And for 30 mornings rises in the second portal in the east.
And going into the 8th month. Go ahead.
And in like manner sets in the second portal in the west of the heavens. And on that day, the night amounts to 11 parts, and the day to 7 parts. And the sun rises on that day from that second portal and sets in the west in the second portal and returns to the east in the first portal for 1 and 30 mornings.
So now we're at the winter solstice on the 31st, 31 days coming from the 8th month to the 9th month. Now in the winter solstice in that first portal. Go ahead. And this is the west. It's setting in the west, as it's saying. Go ahead.
And sets the first portal and sets in the first portal in the west of the heaven. And on that day, the night becomes longer and amounts to double of the day, and the night amounts exactly to 12 parts, and the day to 6. And the sun has therewith traversed the division of his orbit and turns again on the division of his orbit and enters that portal 30 mornings and sets also in the west. On the west opposite to it. And on that night has the night decreased in length by a 9th part and the night. And the night has become 11 parts and the day 7 parts. And the sun has returned and entered into the second portal in the east and returns on those his divisions of his orbit for 30 mornings, rising and setting.
So it's heading towards the east again from the 10th month to the 11th month for 30 days, going into that what portal? That second portal. Continue.
And on that day, the night decreases in length, and the night amounts to 10 parts, and the day to 8. And on that day, the sun rises from the portal and sets in the west, and returns to the east, and rises in the third portal for 1 and 30 mornings, and sets in the west of the heavens. On that day, the night decreases and amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts, and the night is equal to the day, and the years is exactly as to its days, 364.
How many?
364.
So it says, on that day, the night decreases and amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts. So we're back right here where we started again at the vernal equinox, coming to the end of the 12th month, those 31 days. On that 31st day, it's at equal daytime, equal night, which is the vernal equinox. And the year is complete in how many days again?
364.
It says it's equal to the day, and the year is exactly as it to its days, 364. Go ahead and read.
And the length of the day and of the night, and the shortness of the day and of the night, arise through the course of the sun. These distinctions are made. So it comes that it is course that its course becomes daily longer and its course nightly shorter. And this is the law and the course of the sun, and his return as often as he returns 60 times and rises. The great luminary which is named the sun forever and ever. And that which thus rises is the great luminary, and is so named according to its appearance, according as the Lord commanded. As he rises, so he sets and decreases not, and rests not, but runs day and night, and his light is sevenfold brighter than that of the moon. But as regards size, they are both equal.
All right. So we just showed that the four seasons, the vernal equinox, which is bringing in the spring season, the summer solstice, which brings in the summer season, the autumn or autumnal, however you want to pronounce it, equinox, which brings in autumn or fall, and the winter solstice, which is the beginning of winter. These 4 days, these four divided parts of the seasons are dictated by the sun, not by the moon.
Right.
Just common sense. There's no way that you can have the moon right here in the center, and the moon, the earth, and the moon right next to each other, and the earth is spinning, the moon is stationary, and the moon is dictating the seasons. It cannot happen. The moon does not dictate seasons. We have got to get this clear. We've got to get this right. All right. So, what do we see? Number one, that these gates have to do with the alignment of the stars during each of the 12 months, as I was just explaining. Enoch calls them portals. It takes 30 days for the sun to pass through these portals, except every third month, it takes 31 days. It's like as I said, what Esau has done. As usual, he takes the names of these 12 gates, and he put the names of their pagan deities there. Real quick, let me click on this and open it. I'm not going to go in detail with this. You go click on it and read it yourself, but just want to show it just to illustrate what I'm talking about in a way that all right, can you see it?
Mm-hmm.
So this, going back to Wikipedia, you can read about, there's books, there's things like that. I'm not going to go too much into it, but this is what Esau has done. Esau has used our calendar and corrupted it. Some of our people are thinking that Esau completely changed the calendar, where we were following the moon and he decided to follow the sun. No, Esau tricked you into following the moon while he was still following the sun, only he just made subtle changes, as he does. He mixes some truth in with his lies. The truth is, the sun dictates the seasons. The truth is, there are 12 portals that the sun moves through, that the stars are in certain alignments as the earth passes around through the sun. The stars are in a certain alignment through those portals, or through that 30 days as the earth passes through that month. And Esau has taken that, as we're about to read. It says, in Western astrology, astrological signs. Isn't that what we read in Genesis? That the reason behind the luminaries is that they're supposed to serve for signs and seasons? So Esau has taken it and used his signs. All right. Says are the 12 30-degree sectors that make up Earth's 360-degree orbit around the sun. The signs enumerate from the first day of the spring, known as the first point of Aries, which is the vernal equinox. The Western astrological signs are Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces. The Western zodiac originated in Babylonian astrology. That's why we read about the constellations and you read about Orion and some of these names in the scriptures. We got the names from, even though our people knew, and we're going to go over it as we go through the lesson. Our people knew astrology. They knew the alignment of the stars. They knew all of this. It's just as we got involved with these other nations, we started following after these other nations and using their names and following their gods. Why do you think we are in captivity today? That's why we're in captivity today, because we were constantly following the other nations and their gods mainly consisted of moon gods and gods of the stars. And if you don't believe it, go back to the other lessons that we did, especially the lesson about the month, where we went and covered where these names of these months and stuff like that had to do with the deities, these moon gods that these other nations were following. But it says the Western zodiac originated in Babylonian astrology and was later influenced by Hellenistic culture. What is Hellenistic culture? When we were caught up in captivity in Babylon, in Greece and Rome, in the Greece and Roman culture, when we were Hellenized into what they're calling here Hellenistic culture. All right. And it, gives a little picture graph or whatever. It says each sign was named after a constellation the sun annually moved through while crossing the sky. In Enoch, they're called portals. They call them constellations. All right. It says annually move through while crossing the sky. This observation is emphasized in the simplified and popular sun sign astrology. Over the centuries, Western astrology zodiacal divisions have shifted out of alignment with the constellations they were named after by axial precession, while Hindu astrology measurements correct for shifting. Astrology has developed in Chinese and Tibetan cultures as well. Astrology is pseudoscience. Scientific investigations of the theoretical basis and experimental verification of claims have shown it to have no scientific validity or explanatory power. According to astrology, celestial phenomena relate to human activity on the principle as above, so below, so that the signs are held to represent characteristic modes of expression. Scientific astronomy used the same sectors of the ecliptic as Western astrology until the 19th century. Various approaches to measuring and dividing the sky are currently used by differing systems of astrology. Although the tradition of the zodiac's names and symbols remain mostly consistent, Western astrology measures from equinox and solstice points relating to equal, longest, and shortest days of the tropical year, while Hindu astrology measures along the equatorial plane, what have you, what have you, what have you. So as you go through, you can see these are their signs. That's what they call them. All right. If you go down, it shows you, let me see, these different planets and trying to see if this is the one where it shows the Chinese. Yeah, it goes down to the Chinese zodiac signs and how they use the rat, the ox, the tiger, the rabbit, the dragon, the snake, the horse, the sheep, the monkey, the rooster, the dog, the pig, and being around martial arts and being around all these different nations, being around the Chinese, being around the Koreans, being around the Filipinos, you know what I mean? Being around all the Koreans, all these different uh, Asian cultures, being around Hmongs, being around Miens, being around the Taiwanese, and seeing how they, uh, how would I put it? At these times when I was before I came into the truth, I had friends of all these cultures, so-called friends of these cultures, associates, and they would invite you. Oh yeah, they're having, especially where we're from, they have these cultural events all the time. Where we're at, they have these culture. They have Hmong New Year, they have Mien New Year, they have Chinese New Year, they have Greek festival. This so where we're at, it is so diverse that these cultures are all around us. At the time before we knew the truth, you we didn't know. All right, but being around this stuff, we were being shown this stuff. It was talked about, even though I didn't have a full understanding of what it was. But that's what that's what they use for their 12 signs, which you could go into the commandments and show that we're not supposed to be making no images. We're not supposed to be following after no rat, following after no ox, no tiger, no rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, sheep, monkey, rooster, dog, or pig, and worshiping them, because that's what it ultimately comes down to, them worshiping these astrological signs and coming up with names for them. All right. We were told not to do those things. So dealing with the sun, that should be crystal clear. All right. Now let's go to the book of Enoch again. We're going to go to chapter 70. These chapters are pretty short. This one is 73, verses 1 through 8.
The book of Enoch, chapter 73 and verse 1. And after this law, I saw another law dealing with the smaller luminary, which is named the moon. And her circumference is like the circumference of the heaven. And her chariots in which she rides is divided by the wind.
It's
And
driven
light
by
is
the wind.
divided by the wind.
Driven by the wind.
Thank you. Driven by the wind. And light is given to her in indefinite measure. And her rising and setting change every month. And her days are like the days of the sun. And when her light is uniform, it amounts to 7 parts of the light of the sun.
So in mind, do you see the IE full in the quotations?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So it's telling us that when she's in uniform, that means that she's full. Go ahead.
And thus she rises, and her first phase in the east comes
Comes forth.
forth on the 30th morning, and on that day she becomes visible, and constitutes 13th morning, and on
Go
the
back. It constitutes for you the first phase of the moon on the 30th day. Read it again.
and thus she rises, and her first phase in the east. That's where I'm at, right? Verse 4.
Yeah. Yeah.
And thus she rises, and her first phase in the east comes forth on the 13th morning, and on
30th.
that 30th morning, and on that day she becomes visible, and constitutes for you the first phase of the moon on the 30th day, together with the sun in the portal where the sun rises.
What we're basically reading right now is that it's telling us that the full moon is the new moon. This is where your camps that are following the full moon as the new moon, this is where they got it from, because they read the book of Enoch and they got it from the book of Enoch. They even told you they read Esau's books in order to get that understanding. But it went over your head because you're so enamored. You're so much idolizing your leaders that you can't take a step back and use basic reason and common sense and say, you know what, wait a minute. You're talking about where the new moon is the full moon. There's nowhere in the regular Bible that says this, except um, in in Sirach, which I believe we'll get into later in the lesson. That's why I don't want to pull it. But um, you got this from the book of Enoch. It says, and thus she rises, and her first phase is not dark, as some people are teaching the dark moon as the new moon. It's not the crescent. Her first phase is not the crescent. When, as some camps teach, or even Esau teaches, says, in her first phase in the east comes forth on the 30th morning. On that day she becomes visible and constitutes for you the first phase of the moon on the 30th day, together with the sun in the portal where the sun rises. Go ahead and read on.
And the one half of her goes forth by a seventh part, and her whole circumference is empty, without light, with the exception of 1/7 part of it, and the 14th part of her light. And when she receives 1/7 part of the half of her light amounts to 1/7 part and the half thereof. And she sets with the sun, and when the sun rises, the moon rises with him and receives the half of 1 part of light. And in that night, in the beginning of her morning, in the commencement of the lunar day, the moon sets with the sun, and in invisible that night with the 14th part and the half of one of them, and she rises on that day with exactly a 7th part, and comes forth and recedes from the rising of the sun, and in her remaining days she becomes bright in the remaining 13 parts.
All right. So what we're showing is, as it goes through and talks more about the moon, is going to become very apparent that it's showing us that you know what? Let's just skip to this real quick so you can understand what I'm saying. I don't want to screw it up. Go to chapter 78 and verse 11, because it puts it in detail.
Chapter 78 and verse 11, right? So 78 and 11. It says, during all the period during which the moon is growing in her light, she is transferring it to herself when opposite to the sun during 14 days. Light is accomplished in the heaven. And when she is illuminated through, her light is accomplished full in the heaven. And on the first day, she is called the new moon.
So let me read that. It says, during all the period during which the moon is growing in her light, she is transferring it to herself when opposite to the sun. During 14 days, her light is accomplished in the heaven. And when she is illuminated throughout, her light is accomplished full in the heaven. And on the first day, she is called the new moon. For on that day, the light rises upon her. She becomes full moon exactly on the day when the sun sets in the west. And from the east she rises at night, and the moon shines the whole night through till the sun rises over against her, and the moon is seen over against the sun. This is where they got it from. The full moon is the new moon. They got it from the book of Enoch. Where do you think they got it in Sirach? They got it from Enoch.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's crazy. So let's go back to chapter 73. Or you just finished it, right?
Right.
All right. So chapter 73 and what we just read and said, we're going to come back to 78 later on. But that is showing that the new moon is the full moon. So they got it right. It's the full moon, but that's not what we're supposed to be following when it comes to the high holy days and following the seasons. We're not supposed to be following the moon. Let's go to 74 and 1 through 16.
Chapter 74 and verse 1. And I saw another course, a law for her, and how according to that law she performed her monthly revolution.
So
and
this
all
is
the
talking about the moon. Go ahead.
and all these Uriel, the holy angel, who is the leader of them all, showed to me, and their positions, and I wrote down their position as he showed them to me, and I wrote down their months as they were, and the appearance of their light, till 15 days were accomplished in single 7 parts. She accomplished all her light in the east, and in a single 7 part accomplished all her darkness in the west. And in certain months she altered her settings, and in certain months she pursues her own peculiar course. In 2 months the moon sets with the sun in those 2 middle portals, the third and fourth. She goes forth for 7 days, and turns about and returns again through the portal where the sun rises, and accomplishes all her light, and she recedes from the sun in 8 days into the 6th portal from which the sun goes forth. And when the sun goes forth from the 4th portal, she goes for 7 days until she goes forth from the 5th, and turns back again in 7 days into the 4th portal, and accomplishes all her light, and she recedes and enters into the 1st portal in 8 days. And she returns again in 7 days into the 4th portal from which the ninth sun goes forth. Thus I saw the positions, how the moon rose and the sun set in those days. And if 5 years are added together, the sun has an over poles of 30 days. And all the days which occur to it
Accrue.
for which occur
Accrue.
hmm?
Accrue.
which accrue to it for one of those 5 years, when they are full, amount to 364 days. And the overplus of the sun and of the stars amount to 6 days. In 5 years, 6 days every year come to 30 days. And the moon fall behind the sun and stars to the number of 30 days. And the sun and the stars bring in all the years exactly, so that they do not advance or delay their precision by a single day unto eternity, but complete the year with perfect justice in 364 days.
So right here it says, and the moon falls behind the sun and stars to the number of 30 days. And the sun and the stars bring in all the years exactly, so that they do not advance or delay their position by a single day into eternity, but complete the years with perfect justice in 364 days. In other words, the moon cannot dictate the year or the months. It cannot do it. In 3 years, you will have, which we're going to get to, you will fall behind by 30 days. It's impossible. We are not supposed to be following the moon. He's gonna get to that. Go ahead and read.
13 in 3 years there are 1,092 days, and in 5 years 1,820 days, so that in 8 years there are 2,912 days.
Actually, stop right there. Let me share my screen so you guys can see this, so you could understand what's going on. Remember, we got to make everything clear. Let me know when you see it.
There it is.
All right, there it is. So what it's telling us here, in 303 years, that 364 day cycle times 364 days in a year times 3 years equals 1092 days. In 5 years, it's 1820 days. In 8 years, it's 2912. All you got to do is the calculations. Go ahead and read.
For the moon alone, the days amount in 3 years to 1062 days. And
So for the moon, in 3 years, it amounts to 1062 days. Read on.
And in 5 years, she falls 50 days behind, i.e., to the sun of 1,770. There is 5 to be added, 1,062 days. And in
Go ahead.
5 years, there are 1,770 days, so that for the moon, the days 6 in 8 years amount to 21,832 days.
Read on.
For in 8 years, she fall behind to the amount of 80 days. All the 17 days she fall behind in 8 years are 80. And the year is accurately completed in conformity with their world station and the stations of the sun, which rise from the portal through which the sun rises and sets 30 days.
So this is what it's talking about, as I just showed you. 364 days times 3 years, 1092. 364 times 5 years, 1820 days. 8 years, 2912. What it just showed us with the moon, that as the moon goes around the earth during the course of the year, it comes up to 1062 days in 3 years. So you take that 1062 divided by 3, that means that there's only 354 days per year. So 364, which is governed by the sun, subtracting 354 means that there's 10 days per month the moon falls behind the sun. In 3 years, those 10 days times 3 years equals 30 days the moon falls behind the sun in 3 years. The note that I put, the very reason why people who follow the moon have to add a 13th month to the year. This is done to make up for the 30-day difference. Again, adding the 13th month is not biblical. In 5 years, 354 times 5 only comes to 1,770 days. Taking that 1,820 from the 5 years for the sun, you come up with a 50-day difference, as it's talking about. 354 days times 8 years, you get 2,832 days. You take that 2,912 days from the 8 years times the 364-day year for the sun, and you subtract it, you end up 80 days behind in 8 years. So you'll end up basically almost in the midst of December having your Passover. There is no way that we're supposed to be following the moon. But you want to know what's going to happen. There's going to be those guys out there, those camp leaders, instead of saying, hey, wait a minute. These guys have brought out a lot of information. Let's go back and let's relook at this. This is what we should all be on one accord and following what is written. What makes perfect sense. What does not cause confusion. But there's just so much pride in Israel, we most likely will never get there. And I completely forgot that to change the things. So we went to Enoch 72 verses 1 through 37. Then we went to chapter 73. If you don't have a book of Enoch, order a Enoch book. Just be careful of some of the ones that you get. And I'm going to cover that in a second too, because some of the books, even some of the online and the apps have some added commentary to them. And you got to be careful of that added commentary because it causes some confusion. And we're going to get to that in a little bit. All right. So, and then we went to Enoch 74, 1 through 16. So, let's go to the book of Enoch, chapter 75 and 1 through 9.
The book of Enoch, chapter 75 and verse 1. And the leaders of the the leaders of the heads of the thousands who are placed over the whole creation and over all the stars have also to do with the 4 intercalendary days.
Intercalary?
Intercalary, it's hard to say. Intercalary days.
There you go.
Being inseparable from their office, according to the reckoning of the years, and these render service of the 4 days, which are not reckoned in the reckoning of the year. And owing to them, men go wrong therein. They go wrong therein. For those luminaries truly render service on the world station, one in the first portal, one in the third portal of the heaven, one in the fourth portal, and one in the sixth portal. And the exactness of the years is accomplished through its separate 364 stations. For the signs and the times and the years and the days, Angel Uriel showed to me, who the Lord of glory had set forever over all the luminaries of the heaven, in the heaven and in the world, that they should rule on the face of the heaven and be seen on the earth, and be leaders of the day and the night, i.e., the sun, moon, and stars, and all the ministering creatures which make their revolution in all the chariots of the heaven. In like manner, 12 doors Uriel showed me, open in the circumference of the sun, chariots in the heavens, through which the rays of the sun break forth, and from then is warmth diffuses over the earth. When they are open in their appointed seasons, and for the winds and the spirit of the dew, when they are open, standing open in the heavens at the end, as for the 12th part in the heaven at the ends of the earth,
It
out of
says
which,
that's for the 12 portals in the heaven, the portals we just went over.
as for the 12 portals in the heaven at the ends of the earth, out of which go forth the sun, moon, and stars, and all the works of heaven in the east and in the west, there are many windows open to the left and right of them, and one window at its appointed season produces warmth corresponding, as these do, to those doors from which the stars come forth according as he has commanded them, and wherein they said corresponding to their number. And I saw chariots in the heaven running in the world above those portals in which revolve the stars that never set, and one is larger than all the rest, and it is that make its course through the entire world.
So as you can see, he put these what's being called the luminaries, the great light, the lesser light, the stars also, or also what's called celestial bodies. He put them in the sky to do their respective offices. They have a job to do, and they do their job according to the Most High's plan. And the Most High's plan was for the great light to be the one to dictate the seasons, to dictate his high holy days, not the lesser light, not the moon. That's what we have to understand. And at the same time, get an understanding of these different bodies. Let's go to First Corinthians chapter 15. Hold on one second. How do I not have that? We're going to go to First Corinthians 15 and 40.
The book of First Corinthians, chapter 15 and verse 40. Let all things be done decently and in order.
What were you at?
First Corinthians 15:40. Oh, I'm sorry. That was 14:40. 15:40. But yeah, the luminaries are in order. 15 and 40. Do it again. There are also celestial bodies and bodies terrestrial, but the glory of the celestial is one, and the glory of the terrestrial is another.
Read on.
There is one glory of the sun, and another glory of the moon, and another glory of the stars, for one star differeth from another star in glory.
So he's letting us know that there are different types of bodies. One of those types of bodies says there are also celestial bodies. That means that these bodies that are up in the sky, celestial bodies and bodies terrestrial, those are the bodies that are down here on the earth. It says, but the glory of the celestial is one, and the glory of the terrestrial is another. There is one glory of the sun, and another glory of the moon, and another glory of the stars. For one star differs from another star in glory. The sun is different than the moon in glory. The moon is different than the stars in glory. Which one is greater in glory? He said the sun is greater in glory. How do we know that? Let's go back to Genesis again. Let's go back to Genesis 1 and 14 through 19.
The book of Genesis, chapter 1 and verse 14. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And God made two great lights, the great light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And God set them in the firmament of the heavens to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day.
So you can see, he said that he created them to be for signs and seasons and days and years. Now, when he says for signs, he's not talking about for us to be looking up at the sky and saying, I'm a Cancer or I'm a Virgo. And then, you know what, let me go check my horoscope for today. That's not the kind of signs he's talking about, but that's what our people are following today, following witchcraft, following after, these paganistic customs of Esau. But he put the stars and the sun and the moon in the heavens to do their office, to do their work, to do the job that he appointed to them. All right, let's go to Psalms 8 and 3.
The book of Psalms, chapter 8 and verse 3. When I consider thy heavens, the works of thy fingers, the moon and the stars, which thou hast ordained.
It says, when I consider thy heavens, the work of thy fingers, the moon and the stars, which thou hast ordained. Because he did what? He's the one that created them. He put them up there to do exactly what he intended them to do. And they're doing what he intended them to do. He intended for the sun to set the times of his feasts, not the moon. Just common sense and logic will tell you that there is no way that the moon can dictate the seasons. It cannot do it. But you will have camps and camp leaders that will completely go out of their way and twist scriptures and find stuff written in, all they will tell you not to read Enoch. They'll tell you not to read Jasher or Jubilees, but they'll go read all these other books in order to prove what they're teaching. Let's go to Jeremiah 31 and 35.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 31 and verse 35. Thus said the Lord, which giveth the sun for a light by day, and the ordinance of the moon and of the stars for a light by night, which divided the sea when the waves thereof roared. The Lord of hosts is his name.
So it says, thus saith the Lord, which giveth the sun for a light by day, and the ordinances of the moon and of the stars for a light by night, which divideth the sea when the waves thereof roar. The Lord of hosts is his name. Just another precept showing the Most High put the luminaries up in the sky to serve a purpose. We ought to obey God rather than men. You are following after men that have an agenda, got too much pride to say, you know what, I was wrong when I was teaching this. Let me go ahead and correct it. Let's go to 2nd Ezra chapter 6 and verse 45 through 46.
The book of 2nd Ezra, chapter 6 and verse 45. And it says, upon the 4th day thou commandest that the sun should shine, and the moon give it her light, and the stars should be in order, and gavest them a charge to do service unto man that was not to be made.
Not to be made. It says that was to be made. So it says, upon the 4th day thou commandest that the sun should shine. On what day? The 4th day, which is the 4th day of the 7-day work week, which he made at creation. And then with the creating of the luminaries on that 4th day, was the start of them keeping track of the months and the years. The work week is completely separate. So upon the 4th day, thou commandest that the sun should shine and the moon give her light, and the stars should be in order. They are in their order as the sun, as the earth passes through those different portals where those stars are in certain alignments, which have those 12 different portals, which, like we said, Esau has taken and turned them into these astrological signs. It says, and gavest them a charge to do service. A charge means commandment. He commanded them to do service unto man. What is their service? The sun to give light in the day, the moon to give light at night. And the sun is what dictates the seasons, that dictates the months. It's not the moon. It's not the lesser light. It's the greater light. It says, and gavest them a charge to do service unto man that was to be made. Let's go to 2nd Ezra 16:56.
The book of 2nd Ezra, chapter 16 and verse 56. In his word were the stars made. I'll read it again. In his word were the stars made, and he knoweth the number of them.
Read it one more time.
In his word were the stars made, and he knoweth the number of them.
So I wanted to put this in here to show that in his word were the stars made. He spoke it, he created, he's the one that created the sun, the moon, the stars, and he knoweth the number of them. See, Esau's up there with their telescopes and all their technology, trying to figure out how many stars are up there in the sky and things like that. they can't number them. But the Most High knows how many stars there are. He's the one that created them. He knows exactly how many he put up there. All right, let's go to Baruch 3 and 34.
The book of Baruch, chapter 3 and verse 34. The stars shine in their watches and rejoice when he calleth them. They say, here we be. And so with cheerfulness they show light unto him that made them.
So it says the stars shine in their watches and rejoice when he calleth them. They say, here we be. And so with cheerfulness they show light unto him that made them. So these luminaries are up there doing the service that he created them for. It's not God that changed it. It's not God causing the confusion. It's man. We were told not to follow these heavenly bodies. We were told not to worship them. We were told not to be dismayed at them like the heathen. Unfortunately for us, we want to do the opposite of what the Most High says. Let's go to Deuteronomy 4 and 19. We were told not to do this.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 4 and verse 19. Unless thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven, and when thou seest the sun and the moon and the stars, even all the host of heaven, shouldest be driven to worship them and serve them, which the Lord thy God had divided unto all nations under the whole heaven.
Let's go to Deuteronomy 18 in verse 9 through 11.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 18 and verse 9. When thou art come into the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, thou shalt not learn to do after the abomination of the nations. There shall not be found among you anyone that marketh his son that maketh his son or his daughter to pass through the fire, or that useth divination, or an observer of times, or an enchanter of or a witch, or a charmer, or a consulter with familiar spirits, or a wizard, or a necromancer.
So
for all
one of those things. Go ahead.
For all that do these things are an abomination unto the Lord, and because of these abominations, the Lord thy God doth divide them out from before thee.
All right. So we're not supposed to be observers of times, none of that stuff. So we're not supposed to be getting into this astrology and all that stuff, following after these astrological signs, walking around with no necklaces and gold chains and silver chains and things like that, with no signs of Aquarius, no signs of Leo. You shouldn't be calling your best friend on the phone saying, oh, today my birthday, can you read me my sign? Going to no tarot card readers talking about, can you read my signs to me, or none of that stuff. Let's go to Baruch chapter 6 and verse 60 through 65.
The book of Baruch, chapter 6 and verse 60. And it says, for sun, moon, and stars being bright and set to do their office are obedient. In like manner, the light when it breaketh forth, the lightning. In like manner, the lightning when it breaketh forth is easy to be seen, and after the same manner the wind bloweth in every country. And when God commanded the clouds to go over the whole world, they do as they are bidden.
So in other words, they do exactly what he put them up there to do, what he commanded them to do, which is their job. Read on.
And the fire sent from above to consume hills and woods doth as it is commanded. But these are like unto them, neither in show nor power. Wherefore it is neither to be supposed nor said that they are gods.
Wait, read that part again.
Wherefore it is neither to be supposed nor said that they are gods.
So we're not supposed to be looking at the sun, moon, and stars, or none of that, and coming to the conclusion that they're gods. Read on.
Seeing they are able neither to judge cause nor to do good unto men.
It says neither to judge causes nor to do good unto men. Read on.
Knowing therefore that they are not gods, fear them not.
So he's telling us, knowing therefore that they are no gods, fear them not. Let's go to 2 Kings 17 and 13 through 16. Because Israel always does the opposite. He told us not to follow these moon and stars and these nations and getting involved with their gods, but Israel does not listen.
The book of 2 Kings, chapter 17 and verse 13. Yet the Lord testified against Israel and against Judah by all the prophets and by all the seers, saying, Turn ye from your evil ways and keep my commandments and my statutes according to all the
same thing, but that's the same thing we're proclaiming right now. The Most High testified against Israel right back then and against Judah. He did it how? By all the prophets and by the seers, telling Israel, turn ye from your evil ways and keep my commandments and my statutes. Read on.
According to all the law which I commanded your fathers.
By
and
some of the law.
Give me a second.
It says according to all the law.
According to all the law which I commanded your fathers. According to all the law which I commanded your fathers and which I sent to you by my servant the prophets.
So he told us according to all the law, not some of the law. Read on.
Notwithstanding, verse 14, notwithstanding, they would not hear.
But he said, notwithstanding, they would not hear. There's going to be a whole lot of people, even today, when we're done with this lesson, they're going to probably just watch little snippets of lesson 1 or a little bit of lesson 2, a couple of minutes of 3, get a little bit of 4 and be like, man, them brothers is off, man. They ain't teaching nothing. They over there talking about the book of Enoch and no understanding. This is going to end up being about 20 hours or more of lessons dealing with the day, the week, the day, the week, the month, and the year. If you can't get wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of the calendar after this, then you're just reprobate. You don't want to hear what God says. Go ahead and read.
But hardening their necks, like to the neck of their fathers, that did not believe in the Lord their God.
Our forefathers didn't believe in our God. We put way too much emphasis into our forefathers was righteous men. No, they weren't. There was only a few of our forefathers that were righteous men. But when you look at Israel overall, our forefathers were not righteous. He's telling us they didn't even believe in him. Just like today, there are a lot of our people that don't believe in him. Go ahead and read.
And they rejected his statutes and his covenant that he made with their fathers and his testimonies which they testified against them. And they followed.
Hold on. It says, and they rejected his statutes and his covenant that he made with their fathers and his testimonies which testified against them. And they're going to reject this. They're going to continue to reject it. And then we wonder why Israel is having so many problems. Go ahead and read.
And they followed vanity and became vain and went after their heathen that were round about them.
Concerning after the heathen that were round about them. Read on.
Round about them, concerning whom the Lord had charged them that they should not do like them.
He says, concerning whom, talking about those heathen that were around us, concerning whom the Lord had charged them, in other words, commanded them that they should not do like them. And we're still doing like them. Go ahead and read.
And they left all the commandments of the Lord their God, and made them molten images, even two calves, and made a grove, and worshiped all the host of heaven, and served Baal.
And we're still doing the same things today. Nothing's changed. Nothing has changed. Yes, our forefathers knew about the luminaries. They knew about the sun, the moon, the stars. They knew the alterations of the star, of the sun, or what have you, or the stars. They knew the path of the sun. They knew all this stuff. The Most High that created them, He knows them. But we don't want to listen to Him. Let's go to Psalms 147 and 4 through 5.
The book of Psalms, chapter 147 and verse 4. He telleth the number of the stars. He calleth them all by their names. Great is our Lord and our great power. His understanding is infinite.
So it says He telleth the number of the stars. Like I said, He created them, so He knows how many stars He made. He calleth them all by their names. The Most High has names for the stars. He has names for them. But we'd rather keep using the names of the other nations. Like earlier, we mentioned there's still people that want to use talking about the month of Adar. Let's use the second month of Adar. We got to add that 13th month, which is not biblical. I'm going to keep stressing it. As you're going to see, yes, our people knew the astrological signs of the stars, but we started using the names just like we did with the names of the days, the names of the month, the names of the years following after the other nations. We did the same thing when it came to dealing with the luminaries. The Most High says He telleth the number of the stars. He calleth them all by their names. But what did we do? Let's go to Amos 5 and 8. So even Amos, when he wrote his book, he made his prophecies, he used the names coming from the other nations. Go ahead and read.
The book of Amos, chapter 5 and verse 8. Seek Him that maketh the seven stars and Orion, and turneth the shadow of death into the morning, and maketh the day dark with night, that calleth forth the waters of the sea, and poureth them out upon the face of the earth. The Lord is His name.
So it says, seek Him that maketh the seven stars and Orion, and turneth the shadow of death into the morning, and maketh the day dark and night, that calleth for the waters of the sea, and poureth them out upon the face of the earth. The Lord is His name. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna share my screen. Share screen. Let me know when you can see it.
There
Can
it
you
is.
see it? All right. Who is Orion? So do you really think the Most High wanted us to be using wanted Amos to be using this name? Orion is a prominent constellation located on the celestial equator and visible throughout the world. It is one of the most conspicuous and recognizable constellations of the night sky. It is named after Orion, a hunter in Greek mythology. Its brightest stars are blue white Rigel, Beta Orionis, and red Betelgeuse. They even made a movie called Betelgeuse, Alpha Orionis. And you can, if you want to go read about Orion and this Greek god this Greek deity that they were following behind. By all means, go look it up and read about it. But I'm just showing you this to illustrate not everything that our forefathers did was on the up and up. Like Amos, and they're going to find it in a few other places, using the names of these deities for the stars, when that's not what the Most High called them. Seek him that, going back to Amos 5:8, seek him that maketh the 7 stars and Orion, and turneth the shadow of death into the morning, and maketh the day dark with night, that calleth for the waters of the sea, and poureth them out upon the face of the earth. The Lord is his name. Let's go to Job 9:4-9.
The book of Job, chapter 9 and verse 4. He is wise in heart and mighty in strength, who had hindered himself against him and had prospered, which removed the mountains, and they know not, which overturned them in his anger, which shaketh the earth out of her place, and her pillars thereof tremble, which commanded the sun, and it riseth not, and sealeth up the stars, which alone spreadeth out the heavens, and treadeth upon the waves of the sea, which maketh architecture, Arcturus, Orion,
Arcturus.
Say it again.
Arcturus.
Arcturus, Orion, and Pleiades, and chambers of the south.
So it says, he is wise in heart and mighty in strength, who hath hardened himself against him, and has prospered, which removeth the mountains, and they know not, which overturneth them in his anger, which shaketh the earth out of her place, and the pillars thereof tremble, which commandeth the sun, and it riseth not, and sealeth up the stars, which alone spreadeth out the heavens, and treadeth upon the waves of the sea, which maketh Arcturus, Orion, and Pleiades, and the chambers of the south. Who are these again? These Greek names that you find in mythology, in Greek mythology. Give me a second again. So mythology, it says, one astronomical tradition associates Arcturus with the mythology around Arcus, who was about to shoot and kill his own mother, Callisto, who had been transformed into a bear. Zeus averted their imminent tragic fate by transforming the boy into the constellation Bootes, or Bootes, whatever, Bootes, called Arctophylax, bear guardian by the Greeks, and his mother into Ursa Major, Greek Arctos the bear. The account is given in Hyginus's Astronomy. Aratus, in his Phenomena, said that the star Arcturus lay below the belt of Arctophylax, and according to Ptolemy in the Almagest, it lay between his thighs. An alternative lore associates the name with the legend around Icarius, who gave the gift of wine to other men, but was murdered by them because they had had no experience with intoxication and mistook the wine for poison. It is stated this Icarius became Arcturus, while his dog Myra became Canicula. Procyon, although Arcturus here may be used in the sense of the constellation rather than the star. But I guess this is who this Arcturus was supposed to be. So we've got right here in Job going off. All right, let's try play this. The definition: the seven daughters of the Titan Atlas and the Oceanid Flea or Pleione. They were pursued by the hunter Orion until Zeus changed them into a cluster of stars, a well-known open cluster of stars in the constellation Taurus. 6 or more stars are visible to the naked eye, but there are actually some 500 in the cluster, formed very recently in stellar terms. All right, so let's go here, click on the Wikipedia. Says the Pleiades, also known as the Seven Sisters, Messier 45, and other names by different cultures, is an asterism and an open star cluster containing Middle Age hot B-type stars in the northwest of the constellation Taurus. So you notice how these keep falling among the constellations, Greek mythology, and all of this stuff involved in it. I'm not even going to read anymore, but the point should be made, right? That our forefathers, not everything that they did was righteous. We've got to get out of that mindset. Here they are using the name of these Greek gods. Let's go to Job 38 and 31 through 33.
The book of Job, chapter 38 and verse 31. Canst thou bind the sweet influence of Pleiades, or loose the bands of Orion? Canst thou bring forth Mazzaroth in his season, or canst thou guide Arcturus with his sons? Knowest thou the ordinance of heaven? Canst thou set the dominion thereof in the earth? Canst thou lift up thy voice to the clouds, that abundance of waters may cover thee?
So he says, canst thou bind the sweet influence of Pleiades, or loose the bands of Orion? Canst thou bring forth Mazzaroth in his season, or canst thou guide Arcturus with his sons? Knowest thou the ordinances of heaven? Canst thou set the dominion thereof in the earth? Basically, what he's saying here is, do you know these things? Because how are we going to try and put ourselves on par with the Most High, thinking that we're on the same level as him, when we can't do any of this stuff? We don't know the ordinances of heaven. But real quick, who is this Mazzaroth now? This one. Let me know when you can see it.
There it is.
All right. How about now?
Yep.
Okay. Mazzaroth. Hebrew translation. I can't read it because I don't read Hebrew. Mazzaroth. Mazzaroth is a biblical Hebrew word found in the book of Job and literally meaning constellations. According to 10th century biblical exegete Saadia Gaon, was a prominent rabbi, Gaon, Jewish philosopher and exegete who was active in the Abbasid Caliphate. While others interpret the word as garland of crowns, but its context is that of astronomical constellations, and it is often interpreted as a term for the zodiac or the constellations thereof. The similar word Mazalot in 2 Kings 23 and 3 through 5 may be related. The word itself is a hapax legomenon, whatever that is, In corpus linguistics, a hapax legomenon is a word or an expression that occurs only once within a context, either in the written record of an entire language, in the works of an author, or in a single text. The term is sometimes incorrectly used to describe a word that, all right, whatever, a word appearing only once in a text. So the word itself is a hapax legomenon of the Hebrew Bible. So I guess because it only appears one time in the Hebrew Bible, that's what makes it a hapax legomenon. In Yiddish, okay, the term, that's what I was going to say. It almost sounds like this is coming from the fake Israelites. And now it's making it clear in Yiddish, the term Mazalak came to be used in the sense of astrology in general, surviving in the expression Mazel Tov, meaning good luck, or Mazel Tov. So, but again, you can see we were following after the other nations when it came to, eventually when it came to dealing with the stars and giving the names to the constellations and all this stuff. Instead of following what the Most High gave us, we wanted to follow the other nations. All right. So, Lord's will, that's bringing a little bit of clarity. Let's go back to Enoch, and we're going to go to Enoch 76 and verses 1 through 12 now.
The book of Enoch, chapter 76 and verse 1. And the end of the earth I saw 12 portals open to all the quarters of the heavens, from which the winds go forth and blow over the earth. 3 of them are open on the face, i.e., the east of the heavens, and they're in the west, and 3 in the west, and 3 on the right, i.e., south of the heavens, and 3 on the left, i.e., the north, and 3 first are those of the east, and 3 of the north. And therefore, those on the left of the south and 3 of the west, though 4 of these come winds of blessing and prosperity, and from those 8 come hurtful winds. When they are sent, they bring destruction on all the earth and on the waters upon it, and all who dwell thereon, and on everything which is in the water and on the land.
Hold on one second. So it's telling us, it says, I'll start back at verse 3. It says, and the 3 first are those of the east, and 3 are of the north, and 3 after those on the left of the south, and 3 of the west. Through 4 of these come winds of blessing and prosperity. And from those 8 come hurtful winds. When they are sent, they bring destruction on all the earth and on the water upon it, and on all who dwell thereon, and on everything which is in the water and on the land. So it's going to describe these winds. Okay, go ahead and begin verse 5 now.
It says, and the first wind from those portals, called the east wind, comes forth through the first portal, which is in the east, inclining toward the south. From it comes forth desolation, drought, heat, and destruction. And through the second portal in the middle comes what is fitting, and from it there come rain and fruitfulness and prosperity and dew. And through the third portal, which lies towards the north, come cold and drought.
So let's stop right there real quick. So hold that. Or actually, you know what? Yeah, continue.
Verse 7. And after these come forth the south wind through the first portal of them, inclining to the east comes forth a hot wind. And through the middle portal next to it, there comes forth fragrant smells, fragrant smells, and dew and rain, and prosperity and health. And through the third portal lying to the west come forth dew and rain, locusts and desolation. And after these, no, it says 10. Oh, they put the
Verse
10
10.
over here. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, they put the 10 down here. And after these, the north winds from the seventh portal in the east comes dew and rain, locust and desolation. And from the middle portal come in a direct direction, health and rain and dew and prosperity. And through the third portal in the west comes cloud and hoar frost, hoarfrost and snow and rain and dew and locust. And after these four are the west winds. Through the first portal adjoining the north come forth dew and hoar frost and cold and snow and frost, and from the middle portal comes forth dew and rain and prosperity and blessing, and through the last portal which adjoins the south come forth a drought and desolation and burning and destruction. And the 12 portal of the four quarters of the heaven are therewith completed, and all their law and all their plagues and all their benefictions have I shown to thee, my son Methuselah.
So what he's showing us is that there are these winds that, as the earth is passing through these uh, 12 portals, that you have this east wind, you have this west wind, you have this south wind, you have this north wind. So depending on which one it is, you will get health and prosperity. You will get uh, growth. You will get life. You will get joy. You know what I mean? On the opposite spectrum, you could get plagues, desolation, hurt. You know what I mean? So does this line up with the Bible? That's the thing. See, people want to dismiss the book of Enoch when it's like, how can you, when there's so much information in Enoch that lines up directly with the scriptures? Let's go to the book of Exodus, chapter 10 and verse 13. I'm going to show you what I mean by that. So we're going to deal with the winds, the east wind.
The book of Exodus, chapter 10 and verse 13. And Moses stretched forth his rod over the land of Egypt, and the Lord brought an east wind upon the land all that day and all that night. And when it was morning, the east wind brought the locusts.
So he said, didn't we just read about that in Enoch? That when that east wind comes forth, it brings desolation, it brings forth the locusts, it brings forth the plagues. It says that Moses stretched forth his rod over the land of Egypt, and the Lord brought an east wind upon the land all that day and all that night. And when it was morning, the east wind brought the locusts. Let's go to Exodus 14:21. You see, if you don't have Enoch, you're sitting there wondering, like, what is the east wind? What is this talking about that he brought that, that caused this stuff to happen? It falls right in line with Enoch. Exodus 14:21.
The book of Exodus, chapter 14, verse 21. And Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and the Lord caused the sea to go back by a strong east wind all that night, and made the sea dry land, and the waters were divided.
So I'm going back to Enoch 76 and verse 5. It says, and the first wind from those portals, called the east wind, comes forth through the first portal, which is in the east, inclining towards the south. From it come forth desolation, drought, heat, and destruction. Isn't that the same thing we see happening in Exodus 14:21? And Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and the Lord caused the sea to go back by a strong east wind all that night, and made the sea dry land, and the waters were divided. So this is when they were crossing over the what do you call it? The Red Sea. All right. Let's go to Job 27 and 21.
The book of Job, chapter 27 and verse 21. The east wind carrieth him away, and he departed, and as a storm hurled him out of his place.
So again, that east wind is what being mentioned in the scriptures again. Let's go to Job 38 and 24.
The book of Job, chapter 38 and verse 24. By what way is the light parted, which scattereth the east wind upon the earth?
All right. So again, that east wind is being talked about in the scriptures again. Let's go to Psalm 78 and 26.
The book of Psalms, chapter 78 and verse 26. He caused an east wind to blow in the heaven, and by his power he brought in the south wind.
Brought in the south wind. Now it's mentioning the south wind. Let's go to Ezekiel 17 and 10.
The book of Ezekiel, chapter 17 and verse 10. Yeah, behold, being planted, shall it prosper? Shall it not utterly wither? When the east wind touches it, it shall wither in the furrows where it grew.
So he's saying, yea, behold, being planted, shall it prosper? Shall it not utterly wither? When the east wind toucheth it, why is it going to wither? Going back up to verse 5 again. And the first wind from those portals, called the east wind, comes forth through the first portal, which is in the east, inclining towards the south. From it come forth desolation, drought, heat, and destruction. Meaning, in other words, it's going to destroy the crops, just like we read about in Exodus, when that east wind came and all the barley was messed up because it was in that state of Abib, meaning it was in its growth, and that east wind came and dried it up and destroyed it. Let's go to Ezekiel 19 and 12.
Ezekiel chapter 19 and verse 12. But she was plucked up in the fury. She was cast down to the ground, and the east wind dried up her fruit. Her strong rods were broken and withered. The fire consumeth them.
Again, talking about that east wind drying up her fruit, breaking the rods, making it wither. The fire consumed them. That's that east wind. It's bringing destruction. Let's go to 2nd Ezra 15:39.
The book of 2nd Ezra chapter 15 and verse 39. And the strong winds shall rise from the east, and shall open it, and the cloud which he raised up in wrath, and the stars steer it to cause fear toward the east and west wind shall be destroyed.
All right. So it just mentioned that west wind says a strong wind shall arise from the east and shall open it, in the cloud which he raised up in wrath, and the stars stirred to cause fear toward the east and west wind shall be destroyed. Let's get something on the west wind. Let's go to Exodus 10 and 19.
The book of Exodus chapter 10 and verse 19. And the Lord turned a mighty strong west wind, which took away the locusts and cast them into the Red Sea. There remained not one locust in all the coast of Egypt.
So he used what wind to bring the locusts? He used the north wind to bring the locusts in, and he used the west wind to get rid of them. It says, and the Lord turned a mighty strong west wind, which took away the locusts and cast them into the Red Sea. There remained not one locust in all the coasts of Egypt. So Going back to chapter 76 and 10 of Enoch, it says, and after these, the north winds from the seventh portal in the east come dew and rain, locusts, and desolation. So he used the north wind to bring the locusts. He used the west wind to get rid of them, to take them out. Let's go to the south wind. Let's go to Job 37 and 17. You can't understand what this is talking about these north winds, south winds, east winds, and north winds without going to the book of Enoch. Just like you can't get a grasp on the calendar without going to Enoch.
The book of Job, chapter 37 and verse 17. How thy garments are warm when the quieteth,
when he quieteth,
when he quieteth the earth by the south wind.
How thy garments are warm when he quieteth the earth by the south wind. Let's go to Psalm 78 and 26.
The book of Psalms, chapter 78 and verse 26. He caused an east wind to blow in the heavens, and by his power he brought in the south wind.
Let's go to Luke 12 and 55. So he brought in the south wind.
The book of Luke, chapter 12 and verse 55. And when ye see the south wind blow, ye say, there will be heat, and it cometh to pass.
So he says, and when you see the south wind blow, you say there will be heat, and it come to pass, because you know that that south wind is going to bring what? Going to bring that warmth. Let's go to Acts 27 and 13.
The book of Acts, chapter 27 and verse 13. And when the south wind blew softly, supposing that they had obtained their purpose, losing thence, they sailed close to Crete.
All right, so they use that south wind to blow them. Going back to Luke 12 and 55, where it says, and when you see the south wind blow, you say there will be heat, and it cometh to pass. Why is that? Going back to Enoch chapter 76 and verse 7, it says, and after these come forth the south winds through three portals. Through the first portal of them inclining to the east comes forth a hot wind. So that's how you know that hot wind from the south winds is going to come. That's how you know there's going to be heat. They use that south wind blowing in the direction in which they want it to go, because that south wind is blowing from the south to the what? To the east, which would cause their boat to move in the direction that they want to go. Let's go to Acts 28 and 13.
The book of Acts, chapter 28 and verse 13. And from thence we fetched a compass and came to Rhegium. And after one day, the south wind blew, and we came the next day to Petolia.
Puteoli, something like that. Puteoli. That's a weird name. Sounds like ravioli. Sound like a food.
Right.
Let me get some of that Puteoli.
Right.
Let's go to Sirach 43 and 16.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 43 and verse 16. At his sight, the mountains are shaken, and at his will, the south wind bloweth.
All right. So again, showing that south wind is being mentioned in the scriptures again. How would you know what a south wind is if you don't go to the book of Enoch to read about it? That's why you got to go precept upon precept, line upon line, here a little and there a little. A lot of the camps are teaching that there a little means you got to get a little bit from the Old Testament, a little bit from the New Testament, a little bit from the Apocrypha. But in fact, we got to get a little bit from Enoch, a little bit from Jasher, a little bit from from Jubilees, and a lot of other books that have been taken out of the scriptures during these councils that they were having. Um, let's go to the north winds. Let's go to Proverbs 25 and 23, dealing with the north wind.
Book of Proverbs, chapter 25 and verse 23. The north wind driveth away rain, so doth an angry countenance a backbiting tongue.
It says, the north wind driveth away rain, so doeth an angry countenance a backbiting tongue. So let's go to Ecclesiastes 1 and 6.
Ecclesiastes, chapter 1 and verse 6. The wind goeth towards the south, and turneth about unto the north. It whirleth about continually, and the wind returneth against according to his circuit.
So it's telling us, the wind goeth toward the south and turneth about into the north. It whirleth about continually, and the wind returneth again according to his circuits. So even the winds, the Most High gave the winds a job to do. And they obey his word. They obey what he tells them to do. If the wind obeys him, if the sun, the stars, and the moon obeys, what's wrong with Israel? You know what I mean? It's like, what's wrong with us? Let's go to Song of Solomon, chapter 4, and verse 16.
Oh, we did Song of Solomon, Solomon's Song?
Yeah, Song of Solomon. It's right after Ecclesiastes.
Okay.
In the Bible.
4:16. Solomon Songs, chapter 4 and verse 16. Awake, O north wind, and come thou south, blow upon my garden, that the spices thereof may flow out. Let my beloved come into his garden and eat his pleasant fruit.
So he's saying, awake, O north wind. Awake, O north wind, and come, thou south. Blow upon my garden, that the spices thereof may flow out. Let my beloved come into his garden and eat his pleasant fruits. All right, let's go to Sirach 43 and 20.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 43 and verse 20. When the cold north wind bloweth, and the water is congealed into ice, it abideth upon every gathering together of water, and clotheth the water as with a breastplate.
All right, so Lord's will that this is clear, that the Bible falls in line with Enoch when it comes to talking about these west winds, these east winds, these south winds, these north winds. You cannot discount the book. All right, let's go to Enoch chapter 77 and 1 through 8.
The book of Enoch, chapter 77 and verse 1. And the first quarter is called the east, because it is the first, and the second the south, because the Most High will descend there. Yeah, there in quiet a special sense will he who is blessed forever descend. And the west quarter is named the diminished, because there all the luminaries of the heaven wane and go down. And the fourth quarter, named the north, is divided into three parts. The first of them is for the dwelling of men, and the second contains seas of waters, and the abysses of forests and rivers, and darkness and clouds. And the third part contained the garden of righteousness. I saw 7 high mountains, higher than all the mountains which are on the earth, and thence come forth for frost, and days, seasons, and years pass away. I saw 7 rivers on the earth, larger than all the rivers. One of them coming from the west pours its waters into the great sea. And these two come from the north to the sea and pour their waters into the Erythraean Sea in the east. And the remaining four come from the side of the north to their own sea. Two of them of the Etherean Sea, and two into the Great Sea, and discharge themselves their there there is some say into the desert. 7 great islands I saw in the sea, and in the mainland, 2 in the mainland, and 5 in the Great Sea.
So those 7 great islands that is talking about the 7 continents that the earth has been divided up into. All right. Let's go to chapter 78 and verse 1 through 16.
Chapter 78 and verse 1. And the name of the sun are the following: the first, or Heres, and the second, Thomas. And the moon has 4 names. The first name is Sonha, the second, Elba, the third, Benase, and the fourth, Erai. These are the 2 great luminaries. The circumference is like the circumference of the heavens, and the size of the circumference of both is alike. In the circumference of the sun, there are 7 portions of light, which are added to it more than to the moon. And in definite measures, it is a
It is
transfer
transferred.
till the 7th portion of the sun is exhausted. And they set and enter the portals of the west, and make their revolution of the north, and come forth through the eastern portals on the face of the heavens. And when the moon rises, 1/14th part appear in the heavens. Seventh light becomes full in her. On the 14th day she accomplishes her light, and 15 part of light are transferred to her till the 15th day, when her light is accomplished according to the sign of the year, and she becometh 15 part. The moon groweth by the addition of 14th part, and in her waning,
We
and in her waning, the moon decreaseth on the first day to 14th part of her light, on the second to 13 parts of light, on the third to 12, on the fourth to 11, on the fifth to 10, on the sixth to 9, on the seventh to 8, on the eighth to 7, on the ninth to 6, on the 10th to 5, on the 11th to 4, on the 12th to 3, on the 13th to 2, on the 14th to half of a seventh, and all her remaining light disappeareth wholly on the 15th.
So it's
And
basically telling you by the 15th day, the light is disappeared, and now you've got what they call today the new moon, which is not. Go ahead and read.
and in certain months, the month had 29 days, and 128. And Uriel showed me another law: when light is transferred to the moon, and on which side it is transferred to her by the sun.
So it's telling us right here. It says in certain months, the month has 29 days and once 28. So how could you get 12 months of 30 days if it's quite obvious that there are some months that have 29 days and there's one month out of the year that has 28 days? How do you get 12 months of 30 days? It just that there's people actually teaching that. Yeah, there's 30 days in a month. There's 12 months of 30 days. But on certain, the moon, sometimes it comes in on the stop falling for this. We got to add transitional days and all that. No, there are 30 days. Keep reading.
during all the period dur- During all the period during which the moon is growing in her light, she is transferring it to herself when opposite to the sun during 14-day light is accomplished in her heaven. And when she is illuminated throughout, her light is accomplished full in the heaven. And on the first day she is called the new moon. For on that day the light riseth upon her. She becometh full moon exactly on the day when the sun sets in the west, and from the east she rises at night, and the moon shineth the whole night throughout till the sun rises over against her, and the moon is seen over against the sun.
All right, so hold it right there just for 1 second. Um, let's do this. Oh, I forgot to change that. Let's go to Sirach 43 and 6 through 8 one more time, because what you're reading here is basically almost the same thing as what you read in Sirach 43 and 6 through 8.
Sirach 46 and 6.
43 and 6.
43. The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 43 and verse 6. He made the moon also to serve in her season for a declaration of times and a sign of the world. From the moon is the sign of feast, a light that decreaseth in her perfection.
So, in other
The,
words, she's full and she decreases in her perfection. Go ahead.
the month is called after her name, increasing wonderfully in her changing, being an instrument of the armies above, shining in the firmament of heaven.
And see, and then you have people that read this and get excited and overzealous, like, you see, how could it be the new moon if you can't see it? Well, which is absolutely true. But just because it says the month is called after her name, they say, you see, it's the moon. The moon dictates the months. No, it doesn't. There is no way that it can. Go back and look at our other lessons that deals with the day, the week, and the month. And we've already broken this down. We've already gone over this. We're in verse 6. He made the moon also to serve in her season for declarations of times. We've already broken it down and proven that when it's talking about the season here, it's not talking about spring, summer, fall, and winter. It's talking about the night season and the day season. He made the moon also to serve in her season. Her season is the night season. You don't understand what I mean? Go back and watch the other lessons. We brought out the precepts that prove that this is talking about the night season. Not going to break it down again. That's why these lessons are long, because we brought out all the information to dispel every myth and teaching that people are putting out there as far as us supposedly following the moon, whether it's the dark moon, crescent moon, full moon, or following the lunar Sabbath. We're not supposed to be following any of it. All right. So this is going in line with what we're reading here in Enoch 78 about the new moon being the full moon. All right. Go ahead and continue on where you were.
Verse 14. On the side, when the light of the moon come forth, there again she wanes till all the light vanishes, and all the day of the month are at an end. And
Or at
her
an end. Wait, hold on. It's at an end, not at the beginning. As she decreaseth in her perfection, as we read in Sirach 43 and 7, that means that what? She wanes, meaning all her light is going away until she completely vanishes. Says, and all the days of the month are at an end. Again, where do you think they got this from? They got it from the book of Enoch, that the full moon is the new moon, because it is according to Enoch. But just because the new moon is the full moon does not mean that we follow the moon for our seasons and for our high holy days and for our months and years. It's the sun. All right, go ahead and read.
And her circumference is empty, void of light. In 3 months she maketh a 30 days, and at her time she maketh 3 months of 29 days each, in which she accomplished her waning in the first period of time, and in the first portal for 177 days. And in time of her going out she appeared for 3 months of 30 days each, and for 3 months she appeared of 29 each. At night she appeareth like a man for 20 days each time, and by day she appeareth like heaven, and there is nothing else in her save her light.
So it's showing us that for 3 months out of the year, you get 29 days of her light. You can't have a month having 29 days. So you got 3 months out of the year having 29 days. And then you have 3 months where she has 30 days. And then 3 months, 29 days. So there is no way in the world that the moon can dictate the seasons and give you 12 months of 30 days. It's impossible. Let's go to Enoch chapter 79 and verse 1 through 6.
Chapter 79 and verse 1. And now, my son, I have shown thee everything, and the law of all the stars of the heavens is completed. And he showed me all the laws of these for every day, and for every season of being ruled, and
The
for every
very
year,
rule,
and for every season of being ruled,
very
and for
rule, very.
bearing, for bearing rule, and for every year, and for its going forth, and for the order prescribed to it every month, and every week, and the waning of the moon, which taketh place in the sixth portal. For in this sixth portal her light is accomplished, and after that there is the beginning of the waning, and the waning which taketh place in the first portal in its season till 177 weeks and 2 days. She fall behind the sun and the order of the stars exactly 5 days in the course of one period. And when this
But
plays,
go back again, 'cause it looks like you're skipping stuff. It
okay,
says till 177 days are accomplished, reckoned according to weeks. 25 weeks and 2 days she falls behind the sun in the order of the stars, exactly 5 days in the course of one period. Go ahead.
and when this place which thou seest has been traversed, such is the picture and sketch of every luminary which Uriel, the archangel, who is their leader, showed unto me.
All right. So now let's go into chapter 80 and verse 1 through 8.
Chapter 80 and verse 1. And in those days the angel Uriel answered and said unto me, Behold, I have shown thee everything, Enoch, and I have revealed everything to thee, that thou shouldest see this sun and this moon, and the leaders of the stars of the heaven, and all those who turn them, their tasks and times and departures. And in the day of the sinners, the years shall be shortened,
It says, and
and
in the days of the sinners, the years shall be shortened. Go ahead.
their seed shall be tardy on their lands and fields, and all things on the earth shall alter, and all not appear in their time, and
And shall not appear in their time.
shall not appear in their time, and the rain shall be kept back, and the heavens shall withhold it. And in those times the fruit of the earth shall be backward, and all
Shall
shall
not.
not grow in their time. And the fruit of the trees shall be withheld in their time, and the moon shall alter her order, and not appear at her time. And in those days the sun shall be seen, and he shall journey in the evening on the extremity of the great chariot in the west, and all shine
And shall
more bright,
shine.
and shall shine more brightly than accord with the order of light. And many chiefs of the stars shall transgress the order prescribed, and these shall alter their orbits and tasks, and not appear of the seasons prescribed to them. And the whole order of the stars shall be concealed from the sinners, and the thoughts of those on the earth shall err concerning them, and they shall be altered from all their ways. Yeah, they shall err and take them to be gods, and evil shall be multiplied upon them, and punishment shall come upon them so as to destroy all.
So he says, yea, they shall err and take them to be gods, which we were told not to do. Real quick, let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 4 and verse 19. We read this earlier. Deuteronomy 4 and 19.
Deuteronomy chapter 4 and verse 19. Unless thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven, and when thou seest the sun and the moon and the stars, even all the host of heaven, shouldest be driven to worship them and serve them, which the Lord thy God had divided unto all nations under the whole heaven.
So we were told, he says, unless thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven, when thou seest the sun and the moon and the stars, even all the hosts of heaven, shouldest be driven to worship them and serve them, which the Lord thy God had divided unto all nations under the heaven. We started doing this because we started following the other nations. Go to 2 Kings 17 and 16.
The book of 2 Kings chapter 17 and verse 16. And they left all the commandments of the Lord their God, and made them molten images, even 2 calves, and made a grove, and worship all the host of heaven, and serve Baal.
All right, let's go to 2 Kings 21 and 1 through 3.
The book of 2 Kings chapter 21 and verse 1. Manasseh was 12 years old when he began to reign, and reigned 50 and 5 years in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Hephzibah. And he did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord, after the abominations of the heathen, whom the Lord cast out before the children of Israel. For he built up again the high places which Hezekiah his father had destroyed, and he rained up altars for Baal, and made a grove, as did Ahab king of Israel, and worship all the hosts of heaven, and serve them.
So it says where he built up again the high places which Hezekiah's father had destroyed, and he reared up altars for Baal and made a grove, as did Ahab king of Israel, and worshiped all the host of heaven and served them. Let's go to Jeremiah 19:13. So you can see this was the pattern of Israel, constantly following after the heathen and following after their gods, following after their deities, even though we had been warned and told not to do it. That's why we're in so much confusion today about the high holy days, because we don't want to listen to the Most High. We want to listen to men.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 19 and verse 13. And the house of Jerusalem and the house of the kings of Judah shall be defiled as the place of Tophet, because of all the houses upon whose roofs they have burned incense unto all the hosts of heaven, and have poured out drink offerings unto other gods.
So they burned incense unto all the hosts of heaven, and they poured out drink offerings unto other gods. And we're still doing the same things today. Let's go to Zephaniah 1 and 5.
The book of Zephaniah, chapter 1 and verse 5. And them that worship the host of heaven upon the housetops, and them that worship and that swear by the Lord, and that swear by Malchiah.
Malcolm. It says, and them that worship the host of heaven upon the housetops, and them that worship that swear by the Lord, and that swear by Malcolm. So Malcolm is another one of these deities. You read about a lot of these deities through the scriptures. The only thing is, a lot of people read over them and never take the time to go back and actually find out who or what it's talking about. But our people have been making the same mistake over and over again. On your new moons, on your high holy days, you see a lot of our people doing it. They're sitting there teaching online, they're burning incense and all this stuff, but they don't understand that they're doing the exact same thing that we be getting on the Christian church about. When the Christian church is following after Christmas and Halloween and Easter and Thanksgiving, and they're following these customs without fully understanding what it is that they're actually serving. When you're serving the new moon, you're understanding, just like the Christian church, that you're following after another custom, you're following after another god, you're following after another nation. You're not following what the Most High told us to do. You're following a customs and the customs of some of the nations that had us in captivity. And we're still following those customs today because Esau has studied us. Esau knows what he needs to do to stay in power, and that's keep us in sin. So they got us following and arguing over the moon while they're sitting back laughing at us when they know that that's not what we're supposed to be following. They just reintroduce Babylonian customs to us again. That's all it comes down to. Let's go to Acts 7 and 42. Man, my allergies. Acts 7 and 42.
The book of Acts, chapter 7 and verse 42. Then God turned and gave them up to worship the host of heaven, as it is written in the book of the prophets. O ye house of Israel, have ye offered to me slain beasts and sacrificed by the space of 40 years in the wilderness?
So he says, then God turned and gave them up to worship the host of heaven. It's like, you guys want to worship the host of heaven like the other nations? Okay, go ahead and do it. It says, as it is written in the book of the prophets, O ye house of Israel, you have offered to me slain beasts and sacrificed by the space of 40 years in the wilderness. We've been doing this since we left Egypt. Some of our people were in the wilderness still wanting to follow Egyptian customs. They wanted to go back into Egypt. Israel has been hard-headed from day one. We have not done what the Most High told us to do. Let's go to Jeremiah 10 and 1 through 2.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 10 and verse 1. Hear ye the word which the Lord spake unto you, O house of Israel. Thus saith the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen, and be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heathen are dismayed at them.
So he told us already, be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heathen are dismayed at them. He gave that to the other nations to worship the sun, the moon, and the stars, not to us. He put the stars up there to do a certain service for his people and for the people of the earth. And that's what we're supposed to be following, the order that he put. But Israel loves being out of order. Let's go to 2 Chronicles 33 and 3.
The book of 2 Chronicles, chapter 33 and verse 3. For he built again the high places which Hezekiah and his father had broken down, And he reared up altars for Baalim and made groves and worshiped all the hosts of heaven and served them.
All right. So it says, for he built up again the high place which Hezekiah his father had broken down. He reared up altars for Balaam and made groves and worshiped all the hosts of heaven and served them. This is again has been the recurring theme with Israel. All right. Let's go back to Enoch chapter 81. You're going to go verses 1 through 10. So Lord's will is becoming abundantly clear as you follow these lessons that it's without a doubt, we're not supposed to be following the moon.
The book of Enoch, chapter 81 and verse 1. And he said unto me, observe, Enoch, these heavenly tablets, and read what I've written thereon, and mark every individual fact. And I observed the heavenly tablets, and read everything which was written thereon, and understood everything, and read the book of all the deeds of mankind, and of all the children of flesh that shall be upon the earth to the remotest generations. And forthwith I blessed the great Lord, the King of glory forever, and that he had made all the works of the world. And I extolled the Lord because of his patience, and blessed him because of the children of men. And after that I said, blessed is the man who dies in righteousness and goodness, concerning whom there is no book of unrighteousness written, and against whom no day of judgment shall be found. And those 7 holy ones brought me and placed me on the earth before the door of my house, and said to me, declare everything to thy son Methuselah, and show to all the children that no flesh is righteous in the sight of the Lord. For
He said
he
to show all the children and show to all the children that no flesh is righteous in the sight of the Lord. We've got to stress that. Go ahead.
For he is their creator. 1 year we will leave thee with thy son, till thou givest thy last commands,
So
that thou
they're
may.
telling them, we're going to leave you here for 1 more year so that you could command your son. So he was told to teach his son everything that he was taught. Go ahead and read.
That thou mayest teach thy children, and record it for them, and testify to all thy children. And in the 2nd year they shall take thee from their midst. Let thy heart be strong, for the good shall announce righteousness to the good. The righteous with the righteous shall rejoice, and shall offer congratulations to one another. But the sinners shall die with their sinners, and the apostates go down with the apostates. And those who practice righteousness shall die on account of the deeds of men, and be taken away on account of the doing of goodliness.
Of the
Goodness,
godless.
the godless.
Says and be
Thank you.
taken away on account of the doings of the godless. Go ahead.
And in those days they ceased to speak to me, and I came to my people, blessing the Lord of the world.
So Enoch was told to write this stuff down. He was told to teach it to his son so that they could pass it down through the generations. You really think the Most High is going to give us a book and tell us to do something and not give us clear-cut instructions? It's not in the regular Bible because it was already written. It was already there. It was already written. He just had to reteach it to Moses. He was not standing there in front of Moses pointing up at the moon saying, this is the first day of the first month of your year. Look, you see, he was not doing that. All right, let's go to chapter 82. We're going to go 1 through 20.
You want to read this one?
Yeah, see if my throat doesn't get dry. That's why I've been trying to avoid reading, but hold on. So this is Enoch chapter 82 and 1. It says, and now my son Methuselah. All these things I am recounting to thee and writing down for thee, and I have revealed to thee everything, and given thee books concerning all these. So preserve, my son Methuselah, the books from thy father's hand, and see that thou deliver them to the generations of the world. I have given wisdom to thee and to thy children, and thy children that shall be to thee, that they may give it to their children for generations. This wisdom, namely, that passeth their thought. Verse 3, and those who understand it shall not sleep, but shall listen with the ear, that they may learn this wisdom, and it shall please those that eat thereof better than good food. Blessed are all the righteous. Blessed are all those who walk in the way of righteousness and sin not as the sinners, in the reckoning of all their days, in which the sun traverses the heaven, entering into and departing from the portals for 30 days, with the heads of thousands of the order of the stars, together with the four which are intercalated, which divide the four portions of the year, which lead them and enter with them 4 days. Owing to them, men shall be at fault and not reckon them in the whole reckoning of the year. Yea, men shall be at fault and not recognize them accurately, for they belong to the reckoning of the year and are truly recorded thereon forever, one in the first portal, and one in the third, and one in the fourth, and one in the sixth. This is talking about the four intercalary days, one for each season of the year: the spring, the summer, the fall, and the winter. It says, and one in the fourth, and one in the sixth, and the year is completed in 364 days. And the account thereof is accurate, and the recorded reckoning thereof exact. For the luminaries, and months, and festivals, and years, and days has Uriel showed and revealed to me, to whom the Lord of the whole creation of the world had subjected the host of heaven. And he has power over night and day in the heaven, to cause the light to give light to men, sun, moon, and stars, and all the powers of the heaven which revolve in their circular chariots. And these are the orders of the stars, which set in their places, and in their seasons, and festivals, and months. Verse 10, and these are the names of those who lead them, who watch that they enter at their times, in their orders, in their seasons, in their months, in their periods of dominion, and in their positions. Their four leaders who divide the four parts of the year enter first, and after them the 12 leaders of the orders who divide the months. And for the 360 days, there are heads over thousands who divide the days. And for the four intercalary days, there are the leaders which sunder the four parts of the year. And these heads over thousands are intercalated between leader and leader, each behind a station, but their leaders make the division. And these are the names of the leaders who divide the four parts of the year, which are ordained: Milkael, Helimelech, and Melejau, and Nerel, and the names of those who lead them: Adnerel, and Ijasusael, and Elomiel. These three follow the leaders of the orders, and there is one that follows the three leaders of the orders, which follow those leaders of the stations that divide the four parts of the year. In the beginning of the year, Mekeljael rises first and rules, who is named Tamaini and son, and all the days of his dominion, whilst he bears rule, are 91 days. And these are the signs of the days which are to be seen on earth in the days of his dominion: sweat and heat and calms, and all the trees bear fruit, and leaves are produced on all the trees, and the harvest of wheat. In other words, it's talking about this, the springtime. Says, in the harvest of wheat, and the rose flowers, and all the flowers which come forth in the field. But the trees of the winter season become withered. And these are the names of the leaders which are under them: Berkael, Zelebsel, and another who was added a head of 1,000, called uh, Helujeseph. Helujeseph. And the days of the dominion of his leader are at end. The next leader after him is Helemelech, who one names the shining sun, and all the days of his light are 91 days. And these are the signs of his days on the earth: glowing heat and dryness, and the trees ripen their fruits and produce all their fruits ripe and ready, and the sheep pair and become pregnant, and all the fruits of the earth are gathered in, and everything that is in the fields and the winepress. These things take place in the days of his dominion. These are the names and the orders and the leaders of those heads of thousands: Gilgal, Kiel, Heel, and the name of head of 1,000 which is added to them, Asphael, and the days of his dominion are at an end. All right. So, man, um, so what do we get from Enoch? That number one, there are 360 days plus the four intercalary days, which basically are the celebrations or the new moons for the 4 seasonal days. They're called new moons. So for the springtime, you have the intercalary day, which is called the new moon, and then you have the summer, you've got the fall, and you've got the winter. You've got four of them. So the 360 days um, gives us what? Actually, you know what? Let me do this because I don't want to mess this up. My throat is getting dry. It's getting hard to talk. Um, Let me share my screen real quick. So, what we should be getting out of this, from what we've read in Enoch, that there are 360 days plus the four intercalary days, which are the new moons of, or new months um, of the, or the new seasons, as you could call them. There are four of them. As we show, there's 30 days, and then 31 days, which is actually 30 days plus the one intercalary day, which gives us 364 days. So, how many weeks are there in a year? There are 52 weeks in a year. 364 days divided by 7 days equals 52 weeks, because there's 7 days in a week. 364 days divided by 7, there's 7 days in a week, gives us 52 weeks. You got to be careful of some apps and books that have added quotations saying that there is no way 364 days comes out to 12 months. This is being done to keep that lie going, basically, of the 13th month. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to go to the book of Jubilees. Um, all right. You're going to find these quotations like this. Let me know if you can see that.
You can kind of, yeah, see it. Yes.
And you may find it in some books. It's not in the book, but there are now books coming out of Enoch that have these quotations in there. Basically, what it's saying is that it says, "And all the days of the commandment will be 250 weeks of days." Actually, this is in Jasher. I'm sorry, this is in not Jasher, in Jubilees. But you have the same thing happening with Enoch too. So it's saying, "And all the days of the command will be 250 weeks of days, and these will make the entire year complete." We'll get to Jubilees later on in the lesson. And then there's that note, that quotation that's right under it, if you can see it, where it says, "Note, if the year consists of 52 weeks, equals 4 times 13 weeks, how can it be divided into 12 months of 30 days each, which is the reckoning implied throughout the book? For the solutions proposed, see Charles' discussion." But what it is that it's almost like at the same time the person writing or creating the app is at the same time trying to discredit what's written. So how could you get 52 weeks out of 360 or 12 months of 30. They're purposely trying to mislead you. We just showed you how. There are 360 days. You take the 360 and divide it by 30, and you get 12 months. Simple math, right? Going back up, you take the 360 plus the 4 intercalary days, because the 4 intercalary days are not actually counted in the counting. Why it's done that way? The Most High created this, not us. Ask him. But it adds up, because when you take that 364 days divided by 7 days, you get 52 weeks. Simple math. They're purposely trying to mislead people, is what they're trying to do. In order, you know what I mean? They're trying to keep this in line with their Easter holiday, is what they're trying to do. Okay. So what we get out of reading Enoch, and when we're going to get to Jasher in a little bit, not Jasher, I keep saying Jasher, Jubilees in a little bit, we get that there are 364 days in a year. There are 52 weeks. There are 7 days in a week. And there are 12 months in the year. How do we know there's 12 months in the year? We read this when we went through the month, when we did the lesson on the month. First Chronicles 27 and 1 through 15. I'll read it real quick. It says, now the children of Israel, after their number, to wit, the chief fathers and captains of thousands and hundreds, and their officers that served the king in any matter of the courses, which came in and went out month by month throughout all the months of the year. So it's gonna list all the months. I don't even have to read it all. You've got first month, I highlighted them, the second month, the third month, the fourth month, the fifth month, the sixth month, the seventh month, the eighth month, ninth month, 10th month, 11th month, and 12th month. Let me go back up. It says over the first course for the first month was Jashobeam, the son of Zabdiel, and in his course were 20 and 4,000. So each of these families or these groups were put in charge monthly over the course work of the priesthood. All right, so there were 12 for the 12 months. All right, it says of the children of Perez was the chief of all the captains of the host for the first month, and over the course of the second month was Dodai and Ahohite, and of his course was Mikloth, also the ruler, and his course likewise were 20 and 4,000. The third captain of the host for the third month was Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, a chief priest, and in his course were 20 and 4,000. This is that Benaiah who was mighty among the 30 and above the 30, and in his course was Amizabad, his son. Verse 7, the fourth captain for the fourth month was Azahel, the brother of Joab, and Zebediah, his son, after him, and in his course were 20 and 4,000. The fifth captain for the fifth month was Shamhuth. Almost sound like Shamu. Shamhuth, the Israelite, and in his course were 20 and 4,000. The sixth captain, that's why I tell you, don't feel bad about stumbling over the words. We all stumble over them. You know what I mean? It's like some of these names, some of these words. Says the sixth captain for the 6th month was Ira, the son of Ikesh, the Tekoite, and in his course were 20 and 4,000. The 7th captain for the 7th month was Helez, the Pelonite of the children of Ephraim, and in his course were 20 and 4,000. The 8th captain for the 8th month was Sibbecai, the Hushathite of the Zarhites, and in his course were 20 and 4,000. The 9th captain for the 9th month was Abiezar, the Anatothite of the Benjamites, and in his course were 20 and 4,000. The 10th captain for the 10th month was Maharai, the Netophathite of the Zarhites, and in his course were 20 and 4,000. The 11th captain for the 11th month was Benaiah, the Pirathonite of the children of Ephraim, and in his course were 20 and 4,000. The 12th captain for the 12th month was Heldai, the Netephathite of Othniel, and in his course were 20 and 4,000. If you continue to read on in the book, there is no 13th. There is nobody to rule over or do the coursework for the 13th month. There are 12 months in the year. Let me go back to verse 1 again, First Chronicles 27 and 1. Now the children of Israel, after their number, to wit, the chief fathers and captains of thousands and hundreds, and their officers that served the king in any matter of the courses, which came in and went out month by month throughout all the months of the year. So all the months of the year, according to First Chronicles 1 and 27, First Chronicles 27 and 1 through 15 is 12 months. That's all the months of the year. All right. No getting around that. No 13th month. A whole year, an entire year consists of 12 months. Let's go to Leviticus 25 and 29 through 30.
Leviticus 25 and 29.
Yeah.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 25 and verse 29. And if a man shall a dwelling house in a walled city, then he may redeem it within a whole year after it is sold. Within a full year may he redeem it. I don't think I'm reading the right one.
Leviticus
Yeah, it's
25, 29 through 30.
Verse 30. And if it be not redeemed within the space of a full year, then the house that is in the dwelling city shall be established forever to him that bought it throughout his generation. It shall not go out to the jubilee, but the house of the village which have no wall round about, then shall be counted as the field of the country.
Yeah, just going 29 through 30.
Okay.
All right. So Leviticus 25 and 29, it says, and if a man sell a dwelling house in a walled city, then he may redeem it within a whole year. A whole year after it is sold, within a full year may he redeem it. And if it be not redeemed within the space of a full year, then the house that is in the walled city shall be established forever to him that bought it throughout his generations. It shall not go out in the Jubilee. So how do we know what a full year or a whole year is? Going to give you another example. Let's go to 1 Samuel 27 and 7. I'll show you another example.
The book of 1 Samuel, chapter 27 and verse 7. And the time that David dwelt in the country of the Philistines was a full year and 4 months.
It says, in the time that David dwelt in the country of the Philistines was a full year and 4 months. A full year and 4 months. How come it doesn't say just 16 months or 14 months? It's making that division. It's making it clear. You have what's called a full year, which is a whole year, which we read about a second ago in First Chronicles 27 and 1, when it says, which came in and went out month by month throughout all the months of the year. All the months of the year would make up a full year or a whole year. So all the months of the year are 12 months. So a full year and 4 months would be 16 months. It doesn't say 16 months because they could have easily said, okay, a full year is 16 months. It's not, it's 12 months. How come it doesn't say 13 months and 4 months? You know what I mean? Or 17 months. You know what I mean? Because a full year is 12 months. So it's making that distinction that it was a 4 year And after the end of that 12th month, you start a new year, but it didn't go that full other year. It only went 4 months into that other year. So it went a full year and 4 months of that other full year for a total of 14 months. Let's go to Esther 2 and 12. I'm just trying to make this as easy as possible, as elementary as possible, I guess you can say. Let's go to Daniel 4 and 29. I'm sorry, Esther 2 and 12. I'm sorry. Esther 2 and
Esther,
12.
yeah, the book of Esther, chapter 2 and verse 12. Now, when every maiden's turn was come to go into the king's Ahasuerus, after that she had been 12 months, according to the manner of the woman, for so were the days of their purification accomplished, to wit, 6 months with oil and myrrh, and 6 months with sweet odors, and with other things for the purifying of the woman.
So they had 6 months of oil and 6 months with odors, making how many months? 12 months for a full year. All right, let's go to Daniel 4 and 29 now.
The book of Daniel, chapter 4 and verse 29. At the end of 12 months, he walked in the place of the kingdom of Babylon.
All right, so it says at the end of 12 months, he walked in the palace of the kingdom of Babylon. You cannot find no precepts in the scriptures that says 13 months. It's not there. No 13 months, nowhere. You can Google it. You can go if you have, I don't know, a Bible app on your phone or on your computer. Type it in. It will not come up because it's not there. You cannot find 13 months, 13th month, nothing. Nothing comes up because it's simply not there. All right. And 14th month, 15th month, 16th month, you don't see it in there. All right. So, so far we know the month begins or the year begins on the 4th day of the 7-day work week. The first day of the first month of the year starts on the 4th day of the 7-day work week. We know that there are 360 days in a year, not counting the 4 intercalary days, which gives you 12 months of 30 days. 12 months of 30 days each. You're not understanding how the Most High works. We want to try and put our knowledge in with the Most High's knowledge. That, well, you're supposed to count it in succession. No, that's not how the Most High set it up. You got those 30 days, those 12 months of 30 days. And then you've got those 4 days, those 4 seasonal days or intercalary days that constitutes the 4 seasons of the year, which brings it to 364 days, which brings it to what? 52 weeks. 364 days, 52 weeks, 12 months in the year. All right. It is the sun that dictates the seasons, and the seasons dictate the crops, and certain crops in most cases dictate the high holy days. All right. So that's what we're going to get into next, how the high holy days fit into the calendar. Let's go through the feasts. Let's go to Leviticus 23 and 1. We're going to read through verse 44. So just read verses 1 and 2 first. Let me do this.
The book of Leviticus, chapter 23 and verse 1. It says, "And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them concerning the feast of the Lord, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations, even these are my feasts.
So he says, speak unto the children of Israel and say unto them concerning the feast of the Lord, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations, meaning holy gatherings, set apart. Even these are my feasts. Start with the first feast, which is the Sabbath. Read verse 3.
6 days shall work be done, but the seventh day is the Sabbath of rest, and holy convocation. Ye shall do no work therein. It is a Sabbath of the Lord in all your dwellings.
So the Sabbath day is completely separated from the other feasts. Because there are some people that are teaching the Enoch calendar and they have their calendar beginning on the Sabbath day to where all of their feast days fall on the Sabbath. That's not how was set up. That's not how the Most High set it up. The Sabbath day is completely separate than the other feast days. All right. But he set up the Sabbath to be a separate day, separate from the other days. Let's go to Genesis 2 and 1 through 3.
The book of Genesis, chapter 2 and verse 1. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day God ended his work which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. And God blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which God created and made.
It says, thus the heavens and the earth were finished. He completed all the work. He worked all through that first week, which you go back and you look at our other lesson. We show you that it was actually 6,000 years. All right. 1,000 years for each day. We're not going to break it down again. Go back and watch our video on the day. We break it down completely. It says, thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the hosts of them. And on the seventh day, God ended his work which he had made. And he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made. And God blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because that in it he had rested from all his work which God created and made. He sanctified it is one way it's being put. Let's go to Exodus 20 and 8 through 11.
The book of Exodus, chapter 20 and verse 8. It says, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work. But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy maidservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it.
He blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. We read before that he sanctified it. Let's get the understanding of what hallowed means. I'm gonna share my screen with you again. What does it mean that he hallowed it? Let me know when you can see it.
There it is.
Okay, so hallowed, adjective, made holy, consecrated. Synonyms: holy, sacred, consecrated, sanctified, blessed, or blessed, or blessed, blessed, revered, reverenced, venerated, honored, sacrosanct, worshipped, divine, inviolable, greatly revered and honored, holy, sacred, consecrated, sanctified, blessed, revered, reverenced, venerated, honored, sacrosanct, worship, divine, inviolable. All right. So he made it holy. He made it hallowed. All right. Can you see?
Yes. Yep.
What to do? All right. Let me go back. Let me open up something else. So I'm going to go to the Blue Letter Bible, because again, I'm not a Hebrew scholar. I'm going to use the the Strongs for a second to get the definition or the meaning of hallowed, how it's being used there. All right. Can you see it?
Yes.
All right. So this is the Strongs, where it says, come on. This thing is moving slow. All right. So we're going to look at sanctified. It keeps going up, going past it. Come on. All right. Sanctified. So we're going to go to Strong is H6942. It says, one, to consecrate, sanctify, prepare, dedicate, be hallowed, be holy, be sanctified, be separate. Be separate. So the Sabbath day, he sanctified, he hallowed, which means the same thing, which ultimately means he separated them, to be separate, to be set apart, be consecrated, to be hallowed, consecrated, tabooed. And then you got all these other ones down here. To be set apart, be consecrated, to be hallowed, consecrated, taboo, to show oneself sacred or majestic, all saying the same thing. I'm not going to read all of them. All right. Just give you the gist of what it's talking about. So it says, wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. In other words, he separated it from the other days. We'll get to that in a second. All right, let's go to verse 4. Now we're going to get into the Passover. You're going to read through verse 8.
Verse 4. It says, these are the feasts of the Lord, even holy convocations, which ye shall proclaim in their seasons.
In their what?
In their seasons.
So he says, these are the feasts of the Lord, even holy convocations, which ye shall proclaim in their seasons. Now it's starting to talk about the 4 seasons of the year, that these holy convocations, these feasts are proclaimed in their seasons, when he's going to tell us what these seasons are. Go ahead and read.
In the 14th day of the first month at evening is the Lord's Passover. And on the 15th day of the same month is the feast of unleavened bread unto the Lord. 7 days ye must eat unleavened bread. In the first day ye shall have an holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work therein. But ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord 7 days. In the 7th day is an holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work therein.
So these high holy days are going to be proclaimed in their seasons. Remember, a season could be any time. Their season is what we know at the time of Abib for Passover, which is in the first month, right? During the springtime, that season of the spring. But also he has the designated day, which is their season also, the 14th day of the first month at even, which is going to come year by year, every day, every year, without fail. The Passover is going to be on the 14th day at even. which means it's actually the 15th day. Okay, let's go to the next one, the Feast of First Fruits, verse 9 through 14.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When ye be come into the land which I give unto you, and shall reap the harvest thereof, then ye shall bring a sheaf of the first fruit of your harvest unto the priest. And he shall wave the sheaf before the Lord, to be accepted for you. On the morrow after the Sabbath, the priest shall wave it. And ye shall offer that day when ye wave the sheaf and the lamb without blemish of the first year for a burnt offering unto the Lord. And the meat offering thereof shall be 2 deals of fine flour mingled with oil, and an offering made by fire unto the Lord for a sweet savor. And the drink offering thereof shall be of wine, the fourth part, of an hin. And ye shall eat neither bread, nor parched corn, nor green ears, until the self same day that ye have brought an offering unto your God. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations and all your dwellings.
Okay, so now the Feast of First Fruits. People get it mixed up, believing that first fruits is a part of Feast of Unleavened Bread. It's not. It's completely set apart. The Feast of First Fruits is completely set apart. Some people are saying that it's the day after the Passover that we were supposed to wave the wave sheaf of barley. Some people say that it's um, the first Sunday after that Sabbath day after the Passover. So you have the Passover on the 14th at evening, and then that's Saturday, or that's seventh day Sabbath. The next day you're supposed to do the wave sheaf. It's not then either. It's at the end of the Passover. When the Passover is completely done, that next Sabbath, the day after that Sabbath, is when that wave sheaf. I'm going to show you when we get to we're going to show you the calendar. We're getting there. It is not during the Feast of Unleavened Bread, and it's not during the Passover. It's its own complete separate high holy day outside of the Passover and Feast of Unleavened Bread. All right. We will get to that. Let me see. Let's go to the Feast of Weeks, starting from verse 15 and going down to verse 22.
Verse 15. And ye shall count unto you from the morrow after the Sabbath, from the day that ye brought the sheaf of the wave offering. 7 Sabbaths shall be completed. Even unto the morrow after the 7th Sabbath shall ye number 50 days, and ye shall offer a new meat offering unto the Lord. Ye shall
Now,
bring.
let me stop you right here, because for a long time this part right here it was the only high holy day that gave me any issues was the Feast of Weeks. All right. Because I kept saying, like, I was one of those that kept reading it and going, man, why does it keep sounding like we're supposed to count the seven Sabbaths and then add another 50 days to it? And at one point I thought that that's what it was saying. I think one year we actually did do it that way, and I realized, like, no, that's just way too far into the summer. There's no way. So I had, like I told, like, you know what, just be patient with the Feast of Weeks, because this one I'm still trying to figure out and stumped on. So finally figured it out. Had to go through the high holy days and look at everything through the scriptures, including in the New Testament, to get the understanding of the Feast of Weeks. So it's not, it sounds like it. If you read it, it sounds like it's telling us to add another 50 days, but it's not. And another one that really helped me to clarify that. And I will say it because I don't agree with their lunar Sabbath, but they did bring up a good point about the 50 days is when Sakari did their lesson about the lunar Sabbath. The
Mm-hmm.
lunar Sabbath is completely off. But when they did the presentation about people misnumbered, because I had already started, was looking like, I don't know, there's just something about that's just not sitting right. And when they did their presentation, it was like, okay, yeah, it was off on that. So I can admit it. I was off. I was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Looked at it and came and got the proper understanding of the 50 days. Lord's will, these guys can do the same thing. Lord's will, they can do the same thing and say, you know what? No, the lunar Sabbath is off. We shouldn't be following it. All right. So we're gonna get to that. How the first fruits and the Feast of Weeks fit on the Enoch calendar. We're gonna get to it. All right. Now we're gonna get to the Feast of Trumpets. Let's read 23 through 25.
We only went up to
Oh. Go ahead and
17.
read on. Sorry about that.
Verse
Read.
yeah, verse 17. You shall bring out of your habitations 2 wave loaves of 2 tenth deals. They shall be of fine flour. They shall be baked with leaven. They are the first fruits unto the Lord. And ye shall offer with the bread 7 lambs without blemish of the first year, and 1 young bullock of 2 rams. They shall be for a burnt offering unto the Lord, with their meat offering and their drink offering, even an offering made by fire of sweet savor unto the Lord. Then ye shall sacrifice 1 kid of the goat for a sin offering, and 2 lambs of the first year for a sacrifice of peace offering. And the priest shall wave them with the bread of the first fruits for a wave offering before the Lord. With the 2 lambs they shall be holy to the Lord for the priest. And ye shall proclaim on the self same day that it may be in holy convocation unto you. Ye shall do no servile work therein. It shall be a statute forever in all your dwellings throughout your generations. And when ye reap the harvest of your land, thou shalt not make clean riddance of the corners of thy field when thou reapest, neither shalt thou gather any gleaning of thy harvest. Thou shalt leave it unto the poor and to the stranger. I am the Lord your God.
Okay, so that's dealing with the Feast of Weeks. Let's go to the Feast of Trumpets,
Verse
23
20,
through 25.
verse 23. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, In the 7th month, in the first day of the month, shall ye have a Sabbath, a memorial of blowing of trumpets, and holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work therein, but ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord.
So in the seventh month, in the first day of the month, shall ye have a Sabbath. In the seventh day, in the first day of the month. There is no way that that Sabbath should be landing on the same day as the Sabbath day. How is that when the Sabbath is a complete separate feast? There's only one holy day that lands on the Sabbath. And I'm going to show you as we get to the calendar. And that was only because that holy day was proclaimed because we were going to be attacked on the Sabbath day. We'll get to it. That's the only one. We'll get to it. I'm going to leave it alone for right now to show you the calendar. The next one, the Day of Atonement. Let's read 26 through 32.
Verse 26. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Also on the 10th day of this 7 months there shall be a day of atonement. It shall be an holy convocation unto you, and ye shall afflict your souls and offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord. and ye shall do no work in that same day, for it is a day of atonement, to make an atonement for you before the Lord your God. For whatsoever soul it be that shall not be afflicted in that same day, he shall be cut off from among his people. And whatsoever soul it be that doeth any work in that same day, the same soul will I destroy from among his people. Ye shall do no manner of work, it shall be a statute forever throughout your generations and all your dwellings. It shall be unto you a Sabbath of rest, and ye shall afflict your soul in the ninth day of the month at evening. From evening unto evening shall ye celebrate your Sabbath. And the
Okay,
Lord,
so the go ahead.
it was 33, right? You said?
No. That was stop right there. It's 32 because that's going into the Feast of Booths then. So the Day of Atonement on the 10th day of the seventh month, which is actually the ninth day of the month at even, as it's telling us in verse 32, from evening to evening, shall you celebrate your Sabbath. Another way we know, if you go back and watch our video on the day, there's no way that the Sabbath could be from morning to morning. There's no way that the high holy days could be from morning to morning. They're from evening to evening. All right. So then there's no way that these high holy, the Day of Atonement can never fall on a Sabbath day, in which we have seen that happen with some of the camps where their high holy, their Feast of Atonement has fallen on the Sabbath day. All right. Now let's go to the Feast of Booths or Tabernacles. Read 33 through 44.
Verse 33. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, saying, The 15th day of this 7 months shall be the Feast of Tabernacles for 7 days unto the Lord. On the first day shall be an holy convocation. Ye shall do no servile work therein. 7 days ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord. On the 8th day shall be an holy convocation unto you, and ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord. It is a solemn assembly, and ye shall do no servile work therein. These are the feasts of the Lord, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations, to offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord, a burnt offering, and a meat offering, and a sacrifice, and a drink offering, everything upon his day. Besides the Sabbath of the Lord, and besides your gift, and besides all your vows, and besides all your free will offerings, which ye give unto the Lord. Also in the 15th day of the 7th month, when ye have gathered in the fruit of the land, ye shall keep a feast unto the Lord 7 days. On the first day shall be a Sabbath, and on the 8th day shall be a Sabbath. And ye shall take you on the first day the boughs of goodly trees, branches, palm trees, and the boughs of thick trees and willows of the brook, and ye shall rejoice before the Lord your God 7 days. And ye shall keep it a feast unto the Lord 7 days in the year. It shall be a statute forever in your generations. Ye shall celebrate it in the 7th month. Ye shall dwell in booths 7 days. All that are Israelites born shall dwell in booths, that your generation may know that I am the
That I made.
children. I'm gonna read 43 again. That your generation may know that I made the children of Israel to dwell in booths when I brought them out of the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. And Moses declared unto the children of Israel the feast of the Lord.
The feasts of the Lord. So, as you see, we're going to get to the calendar in just a couple of minutes, that the Lord's feasts are set feasts that fall on the same day, same season of the year, same time of the year, without fail. They don't drift on the calendar like Esau's calendar. It's not supposed to do that. Just like you had some people that were celebrating their Passover last year partway through March, and now all of a sudden they're having their Passover this year in the middle of April. That's not supposed to be happening. Last year the Passover started on Monday. This year the Passover is starting on Thursday. It's not supposed to be happening. That is not how the Most High set it up. His feasts are set feasts, and we're going to prove it. Let's go to Numbers 29 and 39.
The book of Numbers, chapter 29 and verse 39. It says, "These things ye shall do unto the Lord in your set feast."
In your what?
In your set feast.
In your set feasts. They are set by the dates, they are set by their seasons, and they are set by the days that they are meant to be held on. All right, go ahead and read.
Besides your vows and your free will offerings, for your burnt offerings and for your meat offerings and for your drink offerings and for your peace offerings.
All right, so let's go to First Chronicles chapter 23. You're going to read 27 through 32. First Chronicles 23 and 27 through 32. I just want to make sure I typed it right.
The book of First Chronicles, chapter 23 and verse 27. For by the last words of David, the Levites were numbered from 20 years old and above, because their office was to wait on the sons of Aaron for the service of the house of the Lord, in the courts and in the chambers and in the purifying of all the holy things, and the work of the service of the house of God, both from the showbread and for the fine flour for meat offering and for the unleavened cakes, and for that which is baked in the pan, and for that which is fried, and for all the manner of measures and sizes and size, and to stand every morning to thank and praise the Lord, and likewise at evening, and to offer all burnt sacrifices unto the Lord in the Sabbath, in the new moons, and on the set feast.
On the what?
On the set feast.
On the set feast. Here's a second scripture in the Bible. Some people will want second witness. Okay. On the set feast, the feasts of the Lord are set. They don't drift. Read.
On the set feast by number, according to the order commanded unto them continually before the Lord, and that they should keep the charge of the tabernacles of the congregation, and the charge of the holy place, and the charge of the sons of Aaron, their brethren, in the service of the house of the Lord.
All right, so that should be clear. He gave us clear instructions about when the feasts are, how we're supposed to follow them, and so on and so forth, correct? All right, so we're going to get into the actual calendar now. We've read everything. We went through the day, we went through the week, we went through the month, we went through the year. We finally, after going through all this study of the scriptures, finally got into Enoch, and now we're going to show you how it's put together. So let me share my screen. All right. Can you see it?
There it is.
All right. So here's the work week. You got first day, second day, third day, fourth day, fifth day, sixth day, seventh day. The new year, the first day of the first month of the year, starts on what day? It's the fourth day of the work week, when the luminaries were created, just as we showed you earlier in the lesson. This day right here would be the intercalary day, which would be the going into the spring, which would be the 31st day of the 12th month. All right. Remember, 30 days, and then 30 days plus the 1 day of the intercalary fall, or I mean, what do you call this? Seasonal day. The 4 days, which brings in the seasons. Following that, it's all in red. You got the first month starting here, right? The second month is going to be starting on the 6th day. That's why I have it in red. The third month would begin on a Sunday, and you're going to see the pattern. It goes Wednesday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday of when the months begin. It's set. It doesn't drift. It doesn't change. First month on the 4th day, which is Wednesday. Second month, 6th day, which is what we call Friday today. Third month on what we call Sunday. Then we go right back again. 4th month on Wednesday. 5th month on Friday. 6th month on Sunday. Then it repeats itself again. 7th month on Wednesday. 8th month on Friday. 9th month on Sunday. Repeats itself again. 10th month on Wednesday. 11th month on Friday. 12th month on Sunday. Does not change. Let me go back up again. Let me just do it from here. It's going to take forever. Oh, wait a minute. What I do? All right. Oh, man, did it again. All right, here we go. Let me go up again. All right. So right here, again. So we just went through all the 12 months where they begin. They begin on Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. Your 4 intercalary days in the first month, right here. In the third month, or which is actually going into the 4th month. The 7th month, and the 10th month. So you got your 4 intercalary days, and then it repeats all the way back again to the 12th month, which is going into the beginning of the year again. It just cycles itself, coming right back. So the first day of the year is always going to land on that Wednesday. That spring intercalary day is always going to land on that Tuesday, or which is the 3rd day of the month and the 4th day in the month. So remember, the 4th day begins on this day at evening. So at evening, from evening to evening, is the 4th day of the work week, which is the first day of the new year, which is the first day of the first month of the year, which we read is month Abib. Okay. The Sabbath days, always on the 7th day, separate from the holy days or from the high holy days. Keep going. As I said earlier, the Day of Atonement, no way should it ever land on the Sabbath day. It's the day before the Sabbath, the 9th day at evening on the 7th month until the 10th day at evening, going into the Sabbath day is when we should be doing our fast. It should not be landed. The Day of Atonement should never land on the regular Sabbath day. It shouldn't be happening. What I said earlier, the only um, holy day or feast day that lands on the Sabbath is when you get to the Feast of Purim. When you read the Feast of Purim, um, it was the 13th day that battle happened. They were going to come and try and fight with us on the Sabbath day. It wasn't only in Maccabees that happened. I mean, uh, it was like I'm getting all mixed up. Purim happened during the time of Esther, I believe. I have it here in the lesson. I'm just trying not to get mixed up. I don't want to confuse myself. All right. But it wasn't in Maccabees was not the only time that the other nations tried to come and fight with us on a Sabbath day. If that makes sense, that's why Christ even warned us and told us that, um, I'm paraphrasing, make sure or beware that your flight doesn't happen on the Sabbath, if you know what I'm talking about.
Mhm.
That's why he warned us about that. It wasn't only once that happened that they tried to go and fight us on a Sabbath day. It happened during during Purim, and that's how the Feast of Purim came around, because they were going to try and come at us on the Sabbath day. Um, the story about Haman. So now let's go back up again. I'm losing my voice again. So now we already read about Passover and all the feasts. We're going to get into some of the other ones later. But we read about the Sabbath day. We read about Passover, Feast of Unleavened Bread, which is the Passover, Tabernacles, first fruits, and so on. So Passover. The Passover is going to fall in the same date and day every year. First day is on the fourth day of the month. I mean, the fourth day of the week. Passover is always going to fall on that Wednesday, that fourth day of the week. The lamb is going to be killed on the 14th day at even, from even to even, is the Passover on that 15th day, going from the 15th until the 21st day, 7 days, as is stated in the scriptures. Then it's Feast of Unleavened Bread, Feast of Unleavened. That's what the FOUB stands for, Feast of Unleavened Bread. Then we have the Sabbath, the Feast of, and I'm sorry, I screw that up. The Feast of Unleavened Bread does run on the Sabbath day because we have a Sabbath during the Feast of Unleavened Bread. So let me walk back that statement that I made, that the feast won't happen on the Sabbath day. They're not going to begin on the Sabbath day. Let me rephrase it. Okay. 19th, Feast of Unleavened Bread, Feast of Unleavened Bread. On the 21st at even, the Feast of Unleavened Bread ends at sundown. All right. Now, getting to what I was talking about. After the Feast of Unleavened Bread. See, some people believe that the the feast of first fruits happens the day after Passover on the 16th. That's not, and then you're supposed to start counting 7 Sabbaths from this time. No, they think it's talking about the Passover Sabbath. It's not talking about the Sabbath after the Passover. The Most High is not going to mix the first fruits feast into the Passover. He's not going to do that. Some people believe that it's the first Sabbath after the Passover. So after this Passover, you have that Sabbath, and that first fruits is supposed to happen on this Sunday. That's not it either. It's the Sabbath after the Feast of Unleavened Bread ends. So it ends on that 21st. You have that Sabbath day, and on that 26th day is first fruits, where it's supposed to, we read it earlier, where you're supposed to wave that sheaf of bread, right? That sheaf of barley. A sheaf is a handful. That's what it means. You're taking a handful of barley, and it's a wave offering before the Lord. Okay. So you have that first fruits. From there, then you count the 7 Sabbaths. So you got 1 Sabbath, 2 Sabbaths, 3 Sabbaths, 4 Sabbaths, 5 Sabbaths, 6 Sabbaths, 7 Sabbaths. On the 50th day, Pentecost is on the 15th day of the 3rd month. Everything that I've read, everything that I went and looked after, I was like, something just doesn't seem right, because I was adding another 50 days on top of it. And then, like I said, what really clarified is like the presentation, like I said, that Sakari did. That was the only thing, because we know that the lunar Sabbath is not biblical, but they brought up a good presentation about the count of the Pentecost. And everything that I've read kept showing the same thing, that Pentecost is supposed to end up on the 15th day of the 3rd month, which is what? Going into, what do you call it? March, April, May, around May. It should be somewhere around the month of May. But on the 15th day of the 3rd month of our month is Pentecost, on that, what we would call Sunday, or the first day of the week. The Christian church has taken it and trying to make it, what is it? The first Sunday after, or not the first Sunday, 7 Sundays after Easter is what the Christian church is trying to do. I read about that, quite a bit too. The Christian church is making Pentecost fall in line with Easter, where they're counting 7 Sabbaths after Easter and then have Pentecost. So if you go look at the calendar, the Esau's calendar, they're going to have Easter, which is going to fall on, I believe, the 16th of April. And then 7 Sundays after that is when they're going to have Pentecost. And the Christian church never really celebrated Pentecost until recently. It's almost looking like they see that the Israelites are keeping the Feast of Pentecost, and now they're adding the Feast of Pentecost. That's what it's appearing to look like. All right. So again, first fruits is always going to land on this first day of the week, which we call Sunday today. It's always going to land on that 26th. Passover is always going to land on this day. Lord's will, you can see that. Then you have the day of Simon. We're going to read about that in a little bit, which is always going to land on this day, the 24th, the first day of the week, which again, Sunday. Set, his feasts are set as you go through. We've got the summer solstice, or what have you, the intercalary day, going into the 4th month, continuing down. The fall, going into what? The 7th month, which is going into the memorial blowing of what? Of trumpets on the first day of the 7th month, which is on the 4th day of the work week, which would be considered Wednesday. It's always going to fall on this day without fail. It's not going to change. It's not going to drift the way people are doing it. His feasts are set feasts. Memorial blowing of trumpets on the first day of the 7th month. On the 9th day of the 7th month is the Day of Atonement at sundown, from even to even. on what is called what? The 5th day of the week until the 6th day of the week. And then we will have the 7th day Sabbath. The Day of Atonement. Day of Atonement will not fall on the Sabbath day, because then the Feast of Tabernacles is going to begin when? Just like Passover, on the 14th day at sundown, which is what? The 15th day, which is again a Wednesday, staying in line with Passover. Feast of Tabernacles, 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 Feast of Tabernacles. Only difference is that for Feast of Tabernacles, we go for 8 days. He didn't command us to go to do 8 days for the Passover. We were commanded to do 8 days for Feast of Tabernacles, which is going to end on this Wednesday. Man, my throat. All right. Now, continuing down, we get to the 10th month. Feast of Dedication begins when? On the 24th at sundown, which again is a Wednesday. Goes for how many days? 8 days. Until when? That Wednesday again, where it ends, which is the beginning of the 10th month. And going to show you something about that. All the way until you get the 12th month, in the 12th day of the 12th month, or which is the 12th day at even, which is actually the 13th day, is the Battle of Nicanor. Begins at sundown on the 13th and ends at sundown. Purim begins on the 13th at sundown and goes for how many days? 2 days until the 15th at sundown, which is Sunday at sundown. And then the month ends, and we're right back at the top again. Right back at the top again, with the year starting all over again at the exact same day, the exact same time in the springtime. And it just keeps recurring year to year, year to year, year to year. Everything is set. The Most High is about order. So there are, people that are going to look because they don't want to change. But how good would it be for all the camps to come in order and follow one calendar? Everybody to be doing their feast at the set time. Nobody will never be confused about when Tabernacles is. No one will ever be confused about when Passover is coming or when the first day of the new year is, because it's going to be set. We'd be able to remember it no different than we remember Christmas is on the 25th. New Year's Day is on the 1st of the month, or the 1st of January. That's how simple this is. But we as Israel always want to make everything complicated. We want to confuse everything. We read earlier that God is not the author of confusion. This is the reason why there's so much confusion going on in Israel today, because we're following the moon, in which we are following after the other nations and their deities and their gods. Like I've said before, don't take our word for it. Go back over all of our videos, from the first video that we dealt with the day, the second video where we dealt with the week, the third video that we dealt with the month, and this last video where we're dealing with the entire year. And go through all of it. Don't look at bits and pieces and snippets and, like people like to do. And, oh, man, them brothers is off. Man, them brothers over there reading that Enoch. And you're going to see that everything lines up with the Enoch calendar. It lines up. All right. Let us go back down. Oh, and you can see what I put in orange are the end of the month. So this 30 days is the end of the first month. This 30 days is the end of the second month. This 30 days is the end of the third month. And then we have the 31st day, which is the intercalary seasonal day going into the summer season. This 30 days is the end of the fourth month. That 30 days, the end of the fifth month. That 30 days, the end of the sixth month. And then again, we've got the fall intercalary seasonal day going into what? The seventh month. Same thing, the 30 day ending the seventh month, the 30 days ending the eighth month, and then the 30 days ending the ninth month as we go into the winter intercalary seasonal day, which is before going into the 10th month. And then the 10th month is ending this 30 day, the 11th month, the 30 days here. And then the 12th month begins all the way until I didn't make this one orange. The 30 day ends for the 12th month as we go into what? The 31 days, which is going back up here to the beginning, starting the spring all over again at the exact same day, exact same time. It is set. A set calendar. It would be nice for all the camps to be able to have, the Passover all at the same time, Feast of Tabernacles all at the same time. There shouldn't be any confusion. But because there's going to be certain leaders, they're not going to want to admit that they're wrong. They're not going to want to, give up, look, they want to save face. Them brothers don't know what they're talking about. Who are they? Yeah, who are we? We're nobodies. Nobody knows us. So who's going to listen to us, right? So let's continue on. So Lord's will, this is completely clear. There wouldn't be any guessing. You see it every year. People are holding their Passovers or whatever it is, and you got people from their congregation that have been with them for years asking, oh, when is Passover again? What day is it? When? That shouldn't be happening. That kind of confusion should not be happening in Israel. The Most High made everything simple for us. So we're going to read about the day of Simon real quick. Let's go to the book of First Maccabees 13 and 42 through 53, because we covered the other holy days, but we didn't cover some of these other ones. So we're going to just go through these real quick. The day of Simon, First Maccabees 13 and 42 through 53.
First Maccabees 13.
And verse 42. And you're going to go through verse 53.
And verse 42. It says, then the people of Israel began to write in their instruments and contracts in the first year of Simon, the high priest, the governor and leader of the Jews. In those days, Simon camped against Gaza and besieged it round about. He made also the engine of war and set it by the city and battered a certain tower and took it. And they that were in the engine leaped into the city, whereupon there was a great uproar in the city, insomuch as the people of the city rent their clothes and climb up the walls with their wives and children. And cried with a loud voice, beseeching Simon to grant them peace. And they said, deal not with us according to our wickedness, but according to thy mercy. So Simon was appeased to ward them and fought towards them, and fought no more against them, but put them out of the city and cleanse the house wherein the idols were,
So it says, and cleanse the houses wherein the idols were. Go ahead.
and so enter into it with songs and thanksgiving. Yeah, he put all uncleanness out of it and placed such men there as would keep the law and made it stronger than it was before and built therein a dwelling place for himself. They also of the towers in the Jerusalem were kept so straight that they could neither come forth nor go into the country, nor buy nor sell. Wherefore they were in great distress for want of victuals, and great number of them praised throughout famine. Then cried they to Simon, beseech him to be at one with them, which thing he granted them. And when he had put them out from thence, he cleansed the tower from pollution, and enter into it the 3 and 20th day of the second month, in
So
the
the
hundred.
3 and 20th day of the second month is what we showed on the calendar. That on the 23rd day of the second month, which is that Sunday, we had the day of Simon. Go ahead and read.
In the 170 and first year, with thanksgiving and branches of palm trees, and with harps and cymbals, and with viols and hymns and songs, because there was destroyed a great enemy of Israel.
Go ahead, read 52 and 53.
53. And when Simon
No,
saw,
first 52.
okay, 52, he ordained also that that day should be kept every year with gladness. Moreover, the hill of the temple that was by the tower he made stronger than it was, and there he dwelt himself with his company. And when Simon saw that John, his son, was a valiant man, he made him captain of all the host, and he dwelt in Gazara.
So the day of Simon is on the 23rd day of the second month, which lands on the first day of the week, which is what we call Sunday today. All right. The Feast of Dedication. Let's go to First Maccabees. Or actually, I forgot to type that in, didn't I? Let's go to
Right.
First Maccabees 4 and 52 through 61. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm multitasking. I'm following along while he's reading and also trying to type in the precepts so they could be on the screen at the same time.
Um, 52. So First Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 52. And it says, now on the 5 and 20th day of the 9th month, which is called the month Caslu, in the 148th year, they rose up betimes in the mornings, and offer sacrifice according to the law upon the new altar of burnt offerings which they had made. Look at what time and what day the heathen had profaned it. Even in that was it dedicated with songs and
Citherns.
citherns and harps and cymbals. Then all the people fell upon their face, worshiping and praising the God of heaven, who had given them good success. And so they kept the dedication of the altar 8 days, and offer burnt offerings with gladness, and sacrifice of deliverance and praise. They deck also the forefront of the temple with crowns of gold and with shields, and the gates and the chambers they renew and hang doors upon them. Thus was there very great gladness among the people, for that the reproach of the heathen was put away. Moreover, Judah and his brethren with the whole congregation of Israel ordained that the day of dedication of the altar should be kept in their season from year to year by the space of 8 days from the 25th day of the month Caslu with myrrh and gladness. At that time also they built up the Mount Zion with high walls and strong towers round about, lest the Gentiles should come and tread it down as they had done before. And they set there a garrison to keep it, and for fortified Bethusura to preserve it, that the people might have a defense against Idumea.
So it says that the days of the dedication of the altar, I'm reading verse 59, should be kept in their season from year to year by the space of 8 days, from the 25th day of the month Caslu with mirth and gladness. So again, we're still using some of these Babylonian names, and it's basically comes down to the same thing like today. They had to use terms that our people would be familiar with, because we know that our people are familiar with Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or January, February, March. We got to use those terms to have you understand, okay, we're talking about the first day of the week, which today we call Sunday. They had to do the same thing here in the scriptures. That's why they did it. You know what I mean? So they're using this month Caslu instead of using the 10th month or what have you. So let's go real quick to the book of John. I want you guys to see something which goes over the head of most people that teach this. John 10 and 22 through 23.
The book of John, chapter 10 and verse 22. And it was at Jerusalem, the feast of the dedication, and it was winter. And Jesus walked in the temple in Solomon's porch.
Read that again.
And it was at Jerusalem, the feast of dedication, and it was winter. And Jesus walked in the temple in Solomon's porch.
So it says it was Jerusalem, the feast of the dedication, and it was winter. And Jesus walked in the temple in Solomon's porch. We love to pull this scripture. All the camps do when they want to cut Esau about Christmas, and that Christ kept the feast of dedication and not Christmas. What we fail to see or ask, or the question we fail to ask, is why is it stressing the fact that it was winter time? People don't understand that. Okay, I'm going to show you why. I'm going to go back to the calendar real quick. Oh yeah, I forgot I'm not sharing the screen. I got to share the screen with you guys. Give me a second. All right, so share. A lot of people don't get this. Well, actually, because they're not following the Enoch calendar to begin with, which is an error, so it's not dawning on them. Can you see it?
There it is.
All right, so Feast of Dedication begins when? On the 24th at sundown and goes for 8 days. So we're going to go here until the 7th day, which is what? The beginning of the winter solstice, which is the winter seasonal day, going into the 4th intercalary day, which tells us that Christ was going into the temple at Solomon's porch for the closing of the Feast of Dedication on the day of the winter intercalary day. That's why they're stressing that it was winter. And it was the feast of the dedication, and it was winter. It was telling us that it was also the day of the winter intercalary day. That goes over people's heads because in our pride, we're not following the Enoch calendar. So it just doesn't make sense to anybody. It's just another sentence showing that Christ celebrated the feast of dedication and it was winter. If you just read it like that, does it really make sense to you? It's like, oh, it was the feast of dedication and it was winter. Okay. Now it makes sense why Christ was going into into Solomon's porch on the feast of dedication, and it was stressing that it was winter because it was the intercalary day that we are commanded to keep as a feast day also. And it's also the closing of the feast of the dedication on the going into the 8th day. If you can see that, it's not by accident. Just like there are certain camps that follow the moon for their high holy days, and they acknowledge and they teach as we do that Christ died on the Sabbath day, which puts his death, everything that happened with Christ happened on, a lot of the stuff happened on the day before the high holy day. He was killed and he rose on the Sabbath day. They will acknowledge this, but it didn't happen by accident. They want you to believe that it just so happened that the Passover fell on that Wednesday or that 4th day of the week and Christ rose on the Sabbath day, but the Passover, could end up on Friday some years. It could end up on Monday some years. No. It's always going to end up on Wednesday. That's why it fits in with the timeline of Christ's death, burial, and resurrection, which we're going to go through a lesson on it. It was not by accident. It was because they were following the Enoch calendar. Just like we're showing you that Christ went into Solomon's porch on the last day of the Feast of Dedication, because they were also having the fourth, fourth intercalary day, which is going into the 4th seasonal day, which is the beginning of winter. It wasn't by accident. It's because our eyes have been closed to this. Open your eyes, open your spiritual eyes and see what's going on. The south wind, west wind, east wind, north winds. Don't know what that's talking about unless you read Enoch. So again, don't take our word for it. Take everything that the whole 20 something hours that we've done dealing with this, with the calendar. First lesson dealing with the days, second lesson dealing with the weeks, third lesson dealing with the month, and this 4th lesson dealing with the year. Go and read the precepts, watch the entire videos, and see if God's lying. That's the way I'm going to put it to you. We're not trying to deceive anybody. We need the truth to come out, is what we need to have happen. We need Israel to get on one accord, to do everything together. We need to stop the separation. Let's go back to John 10 and 22 again.
The book of John, chapter 10 and verse 22. And it was at Jerusalem, the feast of dedication, and it was winter. And Jesus walked in the temple in Solomon's porch.
So, as we just showed you, the significance behind this is showing that it's not by accident that Christ was walking in there. The closing of the feast of dedication, which is the opening or the day of the fourth intercalary day, which is going into the fourth season, which is the winter season. It wasn't by accident. So let's continue on. Let's go to the Battle of Nicanor. Go to First Maccabees 7 and 41 through 50.
The book of First Maccabees, chapter 7 and verse 41. And it says, O Lord, when they that were sent from the king of the Assyrians blasphemed, thy angel went out and smote 184,500 of them. Even so destroy thou this host before us this day, that the rest may know that he had spoken blasphemously against thy sanctuary, and judged thou him according to his wickedness. So the 13th day of the month, Adar, the host joined battle, but Nicanor host was discomfited, and
Discomfited.
he discomfited, and he himself was first slain in the battle. Now, when Nicanor's host saw that he was slain, they cast away their weapons and fled. Then they pursued after them day's journey from uh, Adasan unto Gazera, sounding an alarm after them with their trumpets. Whereupon they came forth out of all the towns of Judah round about, and closed them in, so that they turning back upon them that pursued them were all slain with the sword, and not one of them was left. Afterward they took the spoils and the prey, and smote of Nicanor's head and his right hand, which he stretched out so proudly, and brought them away and hanged them up towards Jerusalem. For this cause the people rejoiced greatly, and they kept day a
They
day of
kept that
great
day.
gladness.
It says they kept
Kept
that day.
kept that day a day of great gladness. Moreover, they ordained to keep yearly this day, being the 13th of Adar. Thus the Lord of Judah was in rest a little while.
The land of Judah.
Thus the land of Judah was in rest a little while.
All right. So let's go to Second Maccabees 15 and 30 through 36. It's given, a little bit of the same history of the Battle of Nicanor, but um, just from a slightly different angle of it.
30 to 36. Second Maccabees 15 and verse 30. And Judah, who was ever the chief defender of the citizens, both in body and mind, and who continued his love towards his countrymen all his life, commanded to strike off Nicanor's head and his hand with his shoulder, and bring them to Jerusalem. So when he was there and had called them of his nation together and set the priests before the altar, he sent for them that were of the tower, and showed them vile Nicanor's head and the hand of that blasphemer, which with proud brags he had stretched out against the holy temple of the Almighty. To
All right.
32. Oh no, sorry, to 36.
Yeah.
And when he had cut out the tongue of that ungodly Nicanor, he commanded that they should give it by pieces unto the fowls, and hang up the reward of his manes before the temple. So every man prays towards the heaven, the glorious Lord, saying, Blessed be he that had kept his own place undefiled. He hanged also Nicanor's head upon the tower, and evident and manifested signs unto all of the help of the Lord. And they ordained all with a common decree in no case to let that day pass without solemnity, but to celebrate the 13th day of the 12th month, which in the Syrian tongue is called Adar, the day before Mardochaios Day.
Yeah, before Mardochaios. I don't know.
Right. Marduk.
Telling you, man. So the 13th day of the 12th month. All right. So we're going to go to the Feast of Purim. I'll read for a while. It sounds like you're getting tired from
Right.
reading all this time. Let's go to Esther 16 and 19. I'm going to read through verse 24. So now this is dealing with the Feast of Purim. The Feast of Nicanor and the Feast of Purim happen at around the same time, but they didn't happen at the same time. All right. The Battle of Nicanor happened way later than what happened with Purim with Esther. So we're going to go to Esther 16 and 19. There's therefore ye shall publish the copy of this letter in all places, that the Jews may freely live after their own laws. And ye shall aid them, that even the same day, being the 13th day of the 12th month Adar, they may be avenged on them, who in the time of their affliction shall set upon them. For Almighty God hath turned to joy unto them the day, wherein the chosen people should have perished. Ye shall therefore among your solemn feasts keep it an high day with all feasting, that both now and hereafter there may be safety to us and the well-affected Persians, but to those which do conspire against us a memorial of destruction. Therefore, every city and country whatsoever which shall not do according to these things shall be destroyed without mercy with fire and sword, and shall be made not only unpassable for men, but also most hateful to wild beasts and fowls forever. Now, with this feast right here, I'm still on the fence about this, whether or not we should actually even be keeping it.
Right.
Because this was the king which Esther had married, who was of another nation, proclaimed first this feast, all right, on the 13th day of Adar. But of course, what did we'll get to it in a second. Israel took it, and we added it and made it a high holy day for us. Let's go to Esther chapter 9. Let me find it real quick. I'm going to have to read it out of. All right. Just give me a second. I don't know why. Oh, here it is. It's just weird. For some reason, I always have a hard time finding the book of Esther, and I read it all the time. Esther 9. All right. So we're going to go to Esther 9 and 1 through 32. We're going to read the whole chapter right here. And it says, now in the 12th month, that is the month Adar, on the 13th day of the same, when the king's commandment and his decree drew near to be put in execution, in the day that the enemies of the Jews hoped to have power over them, though it was turned to the contrary, that the Jews had rule over them that hated them. So the decree was that on the 13th of that month, they were going to come up against Israel, and they were going to basically kill all, all to try and kill all the Jews. Verse 2, it says, the Jews gathered themselves together in their cities throughout all the provinces of the king Ahasuerus to lay hand on such as sought their hurt, and no man could withstand them, for the fear of them fell upon all the people. And all the rulers of the provinces and the lieutenants and the deputies and officers of the king helped the Jews, because the fear of Mordecai fell upon them. For Mordecai was great in the king's house, and his fame went out throughout all the provinces. For this man Mordecai waxed greater and greater. Thus the Jews smote all their enemies with the stroke of the sword, and slaughter and destruction, and did what they would unto those that hated them. And in Shushan, the palace, the Jews slew and destroyed 500 men, and Parshandatha, and Dalphon, and Aspatha, and Paratha, and Adalia, and Aradatha, and Parmashta, and Arasai, and Aradai, and Vajisatha, the 10 sons of Haman, the son of Hamadatha, the enemy of the Jews, slew they. But on the spoil laid they not their hand. On that day, the number of those that were slain in Shushan, the palace, was brought before the king. And the king said unto Esther, the queen, the Jews have slain and destroyed 500 men in Shushan, the palace, and the 10 sons of Haman. What have they done in the rest of the king's provinces? Now what is thy petition, and it shall be granted thee? Or what is thy request further, and it shall be done? So they're like, so what else you want us to do? Well, just tell us what to do, and we'll do it. Verse 13, then said Esther, if it please the king, let it be granted to the Jews which are in Shushan to do tomorrow also according unto this day's decree, and let Haman's 10 sons be hanged upon the gallows. And the king commanded it so to be done. And the decree was given at Shushan, and they hanged Haman's 10 sons. So remember, this would have been on the 14th day after that 13th day. It says, for the Jews that were in Shushan gathered themselves together on the 14th day also of the month Adar, and slew 300 men in Shushan, but on the prey they laid not their hand. So this would have been on that 14th day of the month, which would have been the Sabbath day. Says, on the 13th day of the month Adar, and on the 14th day of the same, rested they, and made it a day of feasting and gladness. Why did they rest? Because the 14th day was already the Sabbath day. Says, but the Jews that were at Shushan assembled together on the 13th day thereof, and on the 14th day thereof, and on the 15th day of the same they rested, and made it a day of feasting and gladness. Therefore the Jews of the villages that dwelt in the unwalled towns made the 14th day of the month Adar a day of gladness and feasting, and a good day, and of sending portions one to the other. So real quick, as you can see, even our forefathers couldn't seem to be on one accord when it came to celebrating the feast. I don't know if you caught that. Going back up to verse 17, it says, on the 13th day of the month Adar, and on the 14th day of the same rested they, and made it a day of feasting and gladness. But the Jews that were in Shushan, we have one group of our people doing it on the 14th day and on the 13th day. But these Jews that were in Shushan, it says, but the Jews that were in Shushan assembled together on the 13th day thereof, and on the 14th thereof, and on the 15th day of the same they rested, and made it a day of feasting and gladness. So even back then, our people couldn't seem to come together to keep the high holy days the same. Some wanted to do it the 13th and 14th. Some said, no, we're doing it the 13th and 14th and 15th. Then on the 9th, we said, therefore the Jews of the villages that dwelt in the unwalled towns made the 14th day of the month Adar a day of gladness and feasting. Some say, you know what, we're just going to do it on the 14th day. So when you look at Israel today, we're still doing the same thing. Some of our people saying, well, we're going to have our Passover here. Well, we're going to have our Passover there. You can't make it up. Israel is always at each other. We're always doing the opposite. We always want to not be on one accord. It's crazy. So continuing on, we're going to go to verse 20. So Esther chapter 9, verse 20, it says, and Mordecai wrote these things and sent letters unto all the Jews that were in all the provinces of the king Ahasuerus, both nigh and far, to establish this among them, that they should keep the 14th day of the month Adar and the 15th day of the same yearly. So now Mordecai wrote and implemented that we were going to keep the 14th day and the 15th day of the same yearly, as the days wherein the Jews rested from their enemies, and the month which was turned unto them from sorrow to joy, and from mourning into a good day, that they should make them days of feasting and joy, and of sending portions one to another and gifts to the poor. And the Jews undertook to do as they had begun, and as Mordecai had written unto them, because Haman, the son of Hammedatha the Agagite, the enemy of all the Jews, had devised against them, the Jews, to destroy them, and had cast pur, that is the lot, to consume them and to destroy them. Verse 25. But when Esther came before the king, he commanded by letters that his wicked device, which he devised against the Jews, should return upon his own head, and that he and his sons should be hanged on the gallows. Wherefore they called these days Purim, after the name of Pur. Therefore, for all the words of this letter and of that which they had seen concerning this matter, and which had come unto them. Verse 27, the Jews ordained and took upon them and upon their seed and upon all such as joined themselves unto them, so as it should not fail, that they would keep these 2 days according to their writing and according to their appointed time every year, and that these days should be remembered and kept throughout every generation, every family, every province, and every city, and that these days of Purim should not fail from among the Jews, nor the memorial of them perish from their seed. Then Esther the queen, the daughter of Abihail, and Mordecai the Jew wrote with all authority to confirm this second letter of Purim. Verse 30, and he sent the letters unto all the Jews to the 127 provinces of the kingdom of Ahasuerus with words of peace and truth, to confirm these days of Purim in their times appointed, according as Mordecai the Jew and Esther the queen had enjoined them, and as they had decreed for themselves and for their seed the matters of the fastings in their cry. And the decree of Esther confirmed these matters of Purim, and it was written in the book. So when it says to confirm these days of Purim in their times appointed, that's no different than saying in their seasons, because it's going to come about them every year at the same time of year without fail. Let me go back up to the calendar one more time. And it'll make clear the reason why, instead of making it the 13th, 14th, and 15th day, he only made it the 14th and 15th day, because the battle, what is it? Well, later on, we can see the battle of Nicanor happened, on the 13th, and we had that 13th day. Hold on, let me share my screen. So going back to the calendar again. So we can see on the 13th day, which is the 12th day at sundown, the Battle of Nicanor, that feast would happen. That remembrance of that would happen from sundown to sundown, which is the 13th day of the 12th month. Remember, the 12th month began right here on that Sunday. Remember the pattern of the months. It went Wednesday, Friday, Sunday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. The beginning of the month, the beginning of the 12th month began in that Sunday, which is the first day of the week. You could put it in terms of on the 12th day, or the first day of the 12th month of the first week. The 12th month began of the year, something like that. You know what I mean? But here, from sundown to sundown, the Battle of Nicanor, and then from the sundown here, which would be the 14th day, Purim begins. So that would be the first day, and then the second day would end right here on the 15th at sundown, which is Sunday. And it happens at this time of the year without fail, as it's telling us in the story. It would happen, come around year to year at its time without fail. The days will not change. There would be no confusion ever unless they're a brand new Israelite coming into the truth. that would have to, would not know when these high holy days come. We would know. All right. So we're almost done. Just got a little bit more. So the calendar should be crystal clear, set calendar, set high holy days. Nothing falling, you know what I mean? It's not random. It just doesn't randomly, you know what I mean, kind of move around, you know what I like the calendar Esau has, the days of the week don't change. The Sabbath doesn't change like like in the what do they call it? The lunar Sabbath. It doesn't do that. It doesn't happen. So now let's go to the book of Jubilees. I'll have to read this, right? Because let me read that. Where did I put it? Oh, it's right here. All right. So we're going to go to Jubilees chapter 6, and we're going to start at verse 1, and we're going to read it through. All right. So this is Jubilees. We've already covered Enoch. And now Jubilees is going to reiterate what Enoch has showed us. I'll start at verse 1. So this is Jubilees chapter 6 and verse 1. It says, "And on the new moon of the third month, he went forth from the ark and built an altar." This is talking about the story of Noah. When Noah went out of the ark, it happened on which we would call today the intercalary day of the third month, meaning that it was going into the summertime. It would have been the summer solstice, which is that second intercalary seasonal day. It says, "And on the new moon of the third month, he went forth from the ark and built an altar on that mountain. And he made atonement for the earth and took a kid and made atonement by its blood for all the guilt of the earth. For everything that had been on it had been destroyed, save those that were in the ark with Noah." It's saying, except those that were in the ark with Noah. "And he placed the fat thereof on the altar, and he took an ox and a goat and a sheep and kids and salt and a turtle dove and the young of a dove, and placed a burnt sacrifice on the altar, and poured thereon an offering mingled with oil, and sprinkled wine, and strewed frankincense over everything, and caused a goodly savor to arise, acceptable before the Lord. And the Lord smelt the goodly savor, and he made a covenant with him that there should not be any more a flood to destroy the earth, that all the days of the earth, seed time and harvest, should never cease, cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night should not change their order, nor cease forever. And you increase ye and multiply upon the earth, and become many upon it, and be a blessing upon it. The fear of you and the dread of you I will inspire in everything that is on earth and in the sea. And behold, I have given unto you all beasts and all winged things, and everything that moves on the earth, and the fish in the waters, and all things for food, as the green herbs. I have given you all things to eat, but flesh with the life thereof, with the blood ye shall not eat. For the life of all fish is in the blood, lest your blood of your lives be required. At the hand of every man, at the hand of every beast will I require the blood of man. Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of God made he man. And you increase ye and multiply on the earth. And Noah and his sons swore that they would not eat any blood that was in any flesh. And he made a covenant before the Lord God forever throughout all the generations of the earth in this month. On this account he spake to thee that thou shouldest make a covenant with the children of Israel in this month upon the mountain with an oath, and that thou shouldest sprinkle blood upon them because of all the words of the covenant, which the Lord made with them forever. And this testimony is written concerning you, that you should observe it continually, so that you should not eat on any day any blood of beasts or birds or cattle during all the days of the earth. And the man who eats the blood of a beast or of cattle or of birds during all the days of the earth, he and his seed shall be rooted out of the land. And do thou command the children of Israel to eat no blood, so that their names and their seed may be before the Lord our God continually. And for this law there is no limit of days, for it is forever. They shall observe it throughout their generations, so that they may continue supplicating on your behalf with blood before the altar. Every day and at the time of morning and evening they shall seek forgiveness on your behalf perpetually before the Lord, that they may keep it and not be rooted out. That's why the Levitical priests were told to do certain sacrifices in the morning and in the evening daily. These were daily sacrifices. And he gave to Noah and his sons a sign that there should not again be a flood on the earth. He set his bow, in other words, the rainbow, his bow in the cloud for a sign of the eternal covenant, that there shall not again be a flood on the earth, destroy it all the days of the earth. For this reason, it is ordained and written on the heavenly tablets that they should celebrate the Feast of Weeks in this month once a year, to renew the covenant every year. And this whole festival was celebrated in heaven from the day of creation till the days of Noah, 26 jubilees and 5 weeks of years. And Noah and his sons observed it for 7 jubilees and 1 week of years, till the day of Noah's death. And from the day of Noah's death, his sons did away with it until the days of Abraham, and they ate blood. But Abraham observed it, and Isaac and Jacob and his children observed it up to thy days. And in thy days the children of Israel forgot it, until ye celebrated it anew on this mountain. Verse 20, and do thou command the children of Israel to observe this festival in all their generations for a commandment unto them. One day in the year, in this month, they shall celebrate the festival, for it is the Feast of Weeks and the Feast of First Fruits. This feast is twofold and of a double nature, according to what is written and engraven concerning it, celebrated. For I have written in the book of the first law, in that which I have written for thee, that thou shouldest celebrate it in its season, one day in the year. And I explained to thee its sacrifices, that the children of Israel should remember and should celebrate it throughout their generations in this month, one day in every year. And on the new moon of the first month, and on the new moon of the fourth month, and on the new moon of the seventh month, and on the new moon of the 10th month are the days of remembrance, and the days of the seasons in the 4 divisions of the year. Those are those 4 intercalary days that I was just mentioning, that we have 4 of them. And the one that Christ went into on the Feast of Dedication, and it was winter, was the 4th one. We are supposed to use those days of remembrances. They are feast days. It says these are written and ordained as a testimony forever. And Noah ordained them for himself as feasts for the generations forever. So that's what it's telling us. Those new moons of the first month, the 4th month, the 7th month, and the 10th month, that we are to ordain those as feast days. It says, and Noah ordained them for himself as feasts for the generations forever, so that they have become thereby a memorial unto him. And on the new moon of the first month, he was bidden to make for himself an ark. And on that day, the earth became dry, and he opened the ark and saw the earth. And on the new moon of the 4th month, the mouths of the depths of the abyss beneath were closed. And on the new moon of the 7th month, all the mouths of the abysses of the earth were opened, and the waters began to descend into them. And on the new moon of the 10th month, the tops of the mountains were seen, and Noah was glad. And on this account, he ordained them for himself as feasts for memorial forever. And thus are they ordained. And they placed them on the heavenly tablets. Each had 13 weeks, from one to another, past their memorial, from the first to the second, and from the second to the third, and from the third to the fourth. And all the days of the commandment will be 52 weeks of days, just like the Enoch calendar says. There's 52 weeks in the year, and these will make the entire year complete. Thus it is engraven and ordained on the heavenly tablets, and there is no neglecting this commandment for a single year or from year to year. And command thou the children of Israel that they observe the years according to this reckoning, 364 days, and these will constitute a complete year, and they will not disturb its time from its days and from its feasts, for everything will fall out in them according to their testimony, and they will not leave out any day nor disturb any feast. But if they do neglect and do not observe them according to his commandment, then they will disturb all their seasons, and the years will be dislodged from this order. and they will disturb the seasons, and the years will be dislodged, and they will neglect their ordinances, and all the children of Israel will forget and will not find the path of the years, and will forget the new moons and seasons and Sabbaths, and they will go wrong as to all the order of the years. For I know, and from henceforth I will declare it unto thee, and it is not of my own devising. For the book lies written before me, and on the heavenly tablets the division of days is ordained, lest they forget the feast of the covenant and walk according to the feast of the Gentiles, after their error and after their ignorance. For there will be those who will assuredly make observations of the moon, how it disturbs the season. It comes in from year to year, 10 days too soon. For this reason, the years will come upon them when they will disturb the order and make an abominable day the day of testimony, and an unclean day a feast day. And they will confound all the days, the holy with the unclean, and the unclean day with the holy. For they will go wrong as to the months and Sabbaths and feasts and jubilees. For this reason I command and testify to them, that thou mayest testify to them. For after thy death thy children will disturb them, so that they will not make the year 364 days only. And for this reason they will go wrong as to the new moons and seasons and Sabbaths and festivals, and they will eat all kinds of blood with all kinds of flesh. And that's exactly what you see us doing today. Everything is all out of season because we refuse to read the book. People are making fun of people because they're reading Enoch, because they're reading Jubilees, not realizing that they're leading Israel astray and into confusion by us following the moon. That's basically what it comes down to. Israel is being led into darkness and confusion by us following the moon. And we wonder why we're in the position that we're in today, that none of our people, you know what I mean, are getting along. We're so divided. It's crazy. All right. Um, we have to keep it in mind that the Most High created the days. He created the luminaries. He created the sun, the moon, the stars to do their office, to do their job. And that's all we are supposed to take them as. We're not supposed to be worshiping them. All you got to do is just watch some of these camps when they're having their new moons, and they're basically worshiping the moon, and they don't even realize it. They're bowing the knee of their heart to these moon deities, and they don't even realize it. It's no different than people bowing the knee of their heart to Tammuz at the time of Christmas, or to Ishtar during the time of Easter, or what do you call it? I said it right, Ishtar, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you pronounce it. So we have got to wake up. We've got to open our eyes. We've got to be the children of the light, not of the darkness. Let's go to Sirach 33 and 7 through 9.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 33 and verse 7. Why doth one day excel another, when as all the light of every day in the year is of the sun?
Read that again.
Why doth any day excel another?
It says one day. It says, why doeth one day excel another?
Why doeth one day excel another, when as all the light of every day in the year is of the sun?
When as all the light of every day in the year is of the sun. Does it say moon?
The sun.
Because if we're supposed to follow the moon, that's exactly what it would say. When is all the light of the moon, or when is all the light of every day is in the year is of the moon. When as all the light of every day in the year is of the moon, that's what it should say. But it says is of the sun. Read on.
By the knowledge of the Lord they were distinguished, and he altered seasons and feasts.
And he altered seasons and feasts, because these seasons and feasts are what? Of the sun, not of the moon. Read on.
Some of them had he made high days and hallowed them, and some of them had he made ordinary days.
It says, and some of them he had made high days and hallowed them, and some of them he had made ordinary days. This is clearly telling us, it's clearly stating that it is the sun that determines the seasons of spring, summer, fall, and winter. It is not the moon. Don't take our word for it. We're not making this up. Go to Amos 5:18 through 23.
The book of Amos, chapter 5 and verse 18. Woe unto you that desire the day of the Lord. To what end is it for you? The day of the Lord is darkness and not light. As if a man did flee from a lion and a bear met him, or went into the house and leaned his hand on the wall and a serpent bit him. Shall not the day of the Lord be darkness and not light, even very dark, and not brightness in it,
It says, and no brightness in it.
and no brightness in it? I despise your feast days.
Read
I
that
will not,
again. Read that again.
I despise your feast days.
He's telling us, I despise your feast days. Read on.
And I will not smell in your solemn assemblies. Though ye offer me burnt offerings and your meat offerings, I will not accept them, neither will I regard the peace offerings of your fat feast.
Read on.
Take thou away from me the noise of thy songs, for I will not hear the melody of thy viols.
This is what Israel needs to get through their thick skulls. He despises our feast days. It's the time of the Passover. Everybody's doing their Passovers all at different times. We just finished ours on Wednesday, or what have you. What do you call it? You have people having concerts.
Right.
You know what I mean? A lot of singing and dancing and clubbing and carrying on during the Passover. The Most High is not with it. He's not listening to this stuff. He hates our feast days because it's all sin. What did Christ do when he had the Passover with his apostles? He taught them. He taught them long lessons. Go read the book of John if you don't believe me. A lot of the teaching that happened in the book of John happened during the time that they were having the Last Supper. It was a lot of teaching going on by Christ at that table. They ate. Christ washed their feet. They did a lot of prayer. And they left and they went to the garden where Christ, continued in prayer. Show me where they were having, they were at a club having a concert, dancing. Show me where they were having a fashion show. Israel's got to wake up. It's about entertainment now. Who could have the most luxurious and the best Passover now? Who's got the best garments? Who looks the best? The same old Christian fashion show that we saw in Christianity. You go to church for a fashion show. Who's pulling up in the best car in the parking lot at church? Who's got on the best suit? Who's wearing the best dress? Who's got on the best jewelry? That's what it's coming down to. The Passover is not about concerts, fashion shows, clubs, dancing. Our minds are in the wrong place. He says, I despise your feast days, and I will not smell in your solemn assemblies. Though ye offer me burnt offerings and your meat offerings, I will not accept them. Neither will I regard the peace offerings of your fat beasts. Take thou away from me the noise of thy songs, for I will not hear the melody of thy viols, or of thy viols. Take that rap music away from him. He's not hearing it. He don't want to hear it. With all this, and some people are putting the same old foul language in the so-called truth music as they did in their worldly music. Calling our women B's and HOEs. You're hearing the F bombs, the S's, all of it. The same old street talk, the same old niggerdom that you see in the world, you're seeing it in Israel. And it shouldn't be. People at Passover with their hats turned backwards, wearing skinny jeans, dressed like thugs. He knows what I like to call it. NWFs, niggas with fringes. That's what it's coming down to. It needs to stop. People walking around Passovers drunk, tipsy, with the cups in their hands at in front of the camera. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Yeah.
Let's go to Isaiah 1 and 11 through 16.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 1 and verse 11. To what purpose is the multitude of your sacrifices unto me, saith the Lord? I am full of the burnt offerings of the rams and the fat of the fed beast. And I delight not in the blood of bullocks or of lambs or of the he-goats. When ye come to appear before me, who hath required this at your hand, to tread my courts? Bring no more vain oblations. Incense is an abomination unto me. The new moons and Sabbaths and calling of assemblies I cannot away with. It is iniquity.
It
Even
is
the
what? Well,
solemn
read that again. All of our feast days, all our Sabbath days, everything has become what?
iniquity. It is iniquity.
It is iniquity. In other words, it's sin. We're still in sin, even on our Sabbath days and on our high holy days. We're sinning. Go ahead.
It is iniquity. Even the solemn meetings, your new moons and your appointed feasts, my soul hated. They are a trouble unto me. I am weary to bear them. And when ye spread forth your hands, I will hide mine eyes from you. Yeah, when ye make many prayers, I will not hear. Your hands are full of blood. Wash you, make you clean, put away the evil of your doings from before mine eyes. Cease to do evil.
We need to cease from all this evil that's going in. You still see people, you know, during the Passover, still making videos about each other, talking bad about each other. In the same breath that you're talking about, this person, that person is doing this and that. They haven't got rid of the leaven. You haven't got rid of the leaven. You're still bringing them up. You're still, all these people left our camp. These people did this. These people. Your Passover is so full of leaven that it's unreal. The cake is overflowing the pan, and you don't see it. Let's go to 1 Corinthians 1 and 10.
The book of 1 Corinthians, chapter 1 and verse 10. Now I beseech you, brethren, by the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, that ye all speak the same thing, and that there be no division among you, but that ye be perfectly joined together in the same mind and in the same judgment.
He says, now I beseech you, brethren, by the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, that ye all speak the same thing. How are we all speaking the same thing when I'm saying our Passover starts on this date and you're over here saying our Passover starts on that date? And this camp is over here saying our Passover is on such and such a date. And another camp, there's probably at least 100 different camps now. If you look at YouTube as a whole, there are so many new groups, just like us, small groups popping up that have a couple of people to about 5, 6 people. Some that are about 10 deep, some that are about 20 deep, 50, some got 100, some's got thousands now. There are camps everywhere now, and just about all doing different things, speaking different things, different doctrines.
Mhm.
Says that ye all speak the same thing and that there be no divisions. No divisions means no divisions. So if you're sitting there saying we're not like the other camps, we don't associate ourselves with any other camp, we're not a part of any other Israelite group. If you're not a part of us, you're not in the truth. If you're sitting there saying anything like that, you're causing division. And what does the scripture say about that? Actually, in fact, go to let me think real quick. I think it's First Corinthians 16:17. You know I'm bad. I have a bad memory. You know I'm bad at memorizing scriptures.
Mhm.
No, that's not it. It's not 16:17. Now, let me find it real quick. See, I always get is Romans 16:17. Go to Romans 16:17.
The book of Romans, chapter 16 and verse 17. Now I beseech you, brethren, mark them which cause division and offenses contrary to the doctrine which ye have learned, and avoid them.
He says, now I beseech you, brethren, mark them which cause divisions and offenses contrary to the doctrine which you have learned, and avoid them. He's talking about the doctrines that we can clearly see in the scriptures, not through man's manipulation, not through some leader's manipulation because he's got an agenda, because he wants to be different from everybody else, because he wants to show that he's got the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth 100%, that he's the head honcho, the HNIC of Israel. There are a lot of these leaders that are causing divisions in Israel, and it's got to stop. It's quite clear that following the moon, it don't matter which moon you follow, whether it's the dark sliver full or the lunar Sabbath, you cannot follow the seasons following the moon. It cannot happen. And our people are so simple-minded that even when you show them the truth, a leader comes around and says, but it's the moon, it's the moon. That's how we've been doing it. What are you going to listen to those idiots for? And the Jedi mind trick gets put on them. They say, okay, we don't follow the sun, we follow the moon. Even though we just put on over 20 hours of evidence showing you that following the moon is incorrect. Again, go watch all the videos that we put out. First video, second video, third video, fourth video, First video dealing with the day, second video dealing with the week, third video dealing with the month, and now this video dealing with the year. And look at the precepts and follow them and see if the precepts lead you astray. That's why I'm very confident in what we're teaching, because the precepts line up, precept upon precept, without any manipulation, without leaving out precepts. Let's go to Ezekiel chapter 3 and verse 4 through 7. We have to get on one accord. We cannot continue to allow these leaders to divide us because they want to make money. That's what I'm going to be honest with you. That's what's going to keep us in the condition that we're in, because some of these leaders are making so much money in their congregations that there is no way they're going to want to give up that money and power that they have over their congregation for all of us to come together under one umbrella. They're not going to want to do it. There's too much money, too much power, too much. Just go watch these Passovers. Look at how these men are being idolized. I've seen it before in martial arts, where these masters, oh, here's Grandmaster such and such, 9th degree black belt, and everybody, yeah, tears coming out of their eyes. And we've got 8th degree black belt Grandmaster Jang Hang Young Lee, and yeah, we've got 7th degree black belt Master Song Dong Gun Kim. I'm serious. That's what would happen. And everybody's going crazy. That you're starting to see the same thing in Israel. I've seen it my whole life being involved in martial arts. I've been involved in martial arts my entire life. And I've seen the same thing, and you're starting to see it in Israel, where these men are being idolized. Some of them are being put on a pedestal as if they're already the second coming of Christ. It's crazy. So much idolatry happening in these Passovers. And not just the Passover, all the high holy days and Sabbath days. But go ahead and read what you got.
The book of Ezekiel, chapter 3 and verse 4. And he said unto me, Son of man, go get thee unto the house of Israel, and speak with my words unto them. For thou art not sent to a people of a strange speech and of a hard language, but to the house of Israel. Not to many people of a strange speech and of a hard language, whose words thou canst not understand. Surely, had I sent thee to them, they would have hearkened unto thee. But the house of Israel will not hearken unto thee, for they will not hearken unto me. For all the house of Israel are impudent and hard-hearted.
Oh, Israel don't want to listen. They don't want to listen. And we know, because we're a couple of nobodies, nobody's going to listen to us. Hardly anybody's going to even watch our videos. They're going to take one look at us, look at the man. I ain't sitting here. We're not coming out here with eloquent speeches, big long prayers, Yahweh Bashim, Yahweh Shai, coming to you and honored, going to give all praises to Yahweh and his son, Yahweh Shai, and all praises to the double honors. We're not doing that.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to come out here. We're going to teach our lesson. We're going to show you the truth. We're coming with you with God's words, because that's what he says. Speak my words unto them. You're going to have these men sit here and try and tell you that Enoch and Jasher and all are not God's words. How wrong they are. How wrong they are. They'll bring up other stuff that was found among the I just said it earlier. See how it always escapes me. The Qumran, oh my gosh. It all, I don't know why I can never remember the name of these things. The the scriptures that were scribed on the, that were found in the cave. I can't
Oh, the
remember.
Dead Sea
Yeah,
Scrolls.
there we go. Thank you. The Dead Sea
Oh,
Scrolls. I'm telling you, especially, I'm telling you, it seems like it's gotten worse since I've had COVID. Man, I've been out sick for a month. It seems like I'm having a harder time remembering words and remembering stuff. It's crazy. But yes, the Dead Sea Scrolls. These things were found among the Dead Sea Scrolls. The Enoch calendar was found among the Dead Sea Scrolls. And you got men they'll talk about the Dead Sea Scrolls with everything else, and then discount the fact that all of this was found among the Dead Sea Scrolls too. It's crazy. Israel just has to repent. All right. And I know one thing that, one particular camp likes to use is say, the book of Enoch talks about mermaids. You got these idiots are out there believing in mermaids. I'm not even going to go into it right now, but I'm just going to leave you with this. Number one, sirens is what they're talking about. Sirens were not thought of as mermaids until years later, when Esau, of course, during the Greeks, got a hold of our records, and these sirens that you read about in Enoch, which were, women that had beautiful voices that can sing. Hold on. I'm just going to pull this up real quick. All right, so I found what I'm looking for. The sirens that they were according to Enoch, these were the women that had laid down with these what people like to call fallen angels and had these giants. That was their punishment, that they were turned into what is called sirens. These were wicked, evil women that had beautiful voices. That with the voice, with the songs of their voices, they could entice these men to do whatever they wanted and lead men astray. They were not nowhere thought of as being no mermaids um, until you read about the time of the Greeks and Esau and all of his Greek mythology. All right. Before I pull the scripture, I'm going to pull real quick. Go look in the scriptures. There is one of these gods of one of the other nations. We pulled it last week when we did the lesson about the month. One of these gods, one of these deities that Israel was following behind, when you go research who he was a half man, half fish. A half man, half fish, according to this nation that followed it. But guess who started following behind it also? Israel did. So don't be trying to crack no jokes about no mermaids and all that kind of stuff. They do these things to try and make you feel stupid, to scare you into not following the very books that they have read. They're teaching you stuff out of the books, but they will never admit it. But this is why you read this in the book of Sirach. Let's go to Sirach chapter 9 and verse 4.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 9 and verse 4. Use not much the company of a woman that is a singer, lest thou be taken with her attempts.
It says, use not much the company of a woman that is a singer, lest thou be taken with her attempts. Why is the Most High warning us about this? Because some of these women nowadays have that gift of singing, like your Beyoncé's, your Whitney Houston's, your whoever else out there you want to think of. These women out there that are dressing like harlots, that got the voice that can entice men to do whatever they want. They have the spirit of these sirens on them. Don't take my word for it. Go look it up yourselves. These women have the spirit of these sirens on them. These Beyoncés, who they call Queen Bee, and they're leading our people astray. Your Cardi B's. Why do you think the music is getting worse and worse with these women dressing less and less? Use not much the company of a woman that is a singer, lest thou be taken with her attempts. She's going to be enticing you to sin, to go against the Most High, just as these sirens did. But I'm nobody. I don't know what I'm talking about. So, let's get Ecclesiastes 12 and 13 and 14.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 12 and verse 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For God shall bring...
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
For God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil.
And with that, we're going to say Shalom, Most High, Christ bless. Enjoy the rest of the Sabbath. And Lord's will, you get some edification from the videos. We'll continue on every Sabbath at 10, well, for right now at 10 a.m. Bringing out, this truth to our people. All right. Shalom.